Committee on Transportation, and all our honorable guests, a pleasant good morning. Marami pong salamat for joining us in today's meeting as we deliberate on important measures pending with this committee. Our agenda would include approval of the committee report on the proposed revised Philippine Coast Guard Act, the continuation of the deliberation on the proposed Motorcycles for Hire Act, the deliberation on the measures proposing amendments to Republic Act number 11235 or the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act, and deliberation on the proposed Fair Traffic Apprehension Act. For the first item, this committee will act on the proposed amendments introduced by the Committee on Ways and Means and the Committee on Appropriations on the draft substitute bill that we approved last May 30, 2023. Earlier, we distributed a copy of the comments of both committees for the guidance of the members. I understand that the Committee on Appropriations introduced some substantial amendments to the bill, particularly the insertion of provisions regarding the Philippine Coast Guard Modernization Trust Fund. That is the reason why we deem to include the bills advocating for the Philippine Coast Guard Modernization Program in our discussion today, in the hope that we would possibly consider their inclusion or consolidation in the committee report. Later on, I will give the floor to the Honorable Madrona, Vice Chairman of the Subcommittee on Maritime Transportation and the Chairman of the Technical Working Group assigned for this measure. He will expound on what transpired during the meeting of the Committee on Appropriations and the proposed amendments that were introduced and incorporated in the version distributed to the members of this committee. Again, I would like to emphasize the significant role of the Philippine Coast Guard in the safety, security, and environmental concerns of our country, given its archipelagic setting. In addition, we are also facing serious issues in the West Philippine Sea that require us to strengthen our manpower and technical capabilities against external threats and maintain our territorial integrity. It is for these reasons that I, together with the authors, believe that this measure is extremely necessary. For our second item, we will continue with our deliberation on the proposed Motorcycles for Hire Act. And for lack of material time during our hearing last March 13, we were only able to discuss more than half of the provisions of the bill, and we hope to finish it today so the committee can finally approve the substitute bill and file the corresponding committee report. I would like to reiterate that this measure has become our priority following the pronouncements of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez to expedite the passage of this measure. For the third item in our agenda, we'll continue with our deliberation on the two measures proposing amendments to the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act. In summary, the bills propose amendments on two particular areas: the removal or reduction of the fines and penalties which the authors believe to be excessive or discriminating, and two, the installation of radio frequency identification as an additional feature of easily identifying the ownership and other relevant information about a particular motorcycle. Last meeting, there were some provisions that needed clarification, and I hope that today we can finalize the bill and come up with our version, as this bill is already in the second reading in the Senate. And finally, for our last item today, we'll consider the substitute bill submitted by the Technical Working Group tasked to study and harmonize the provisions of House Bill number 3366, authored by the Honorable Bonifacio Busita, which proposes for the enactment of a Fair Traffic Apprehension Act. We hope to finally tackle this bill, which seeks to provide adequate and expeditious measures in cases involving traffic apprehensions. So without further ado, let us proceed with our first item. And may I now call on Vice Chairman Madrona as the Technical Working Group Chair, to elaborate on the latest draft substitute bill for the revised Philippine Coast Guard Act after incorporating the amendments introduced by the Committee on Appropriations and Committee on Ways and Means. You have the floor, Honorable Madrona.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, esteemed members of this committee, our resource persons here present, our visitors, good morning. Mr. Chairman, before us is the final draft of the substitute bill with the proposed revised PCG Act after incorporating the comments and recommendations of the Committees on Ways and Means and the Committee on Appropriations. It was in August 2 of 2023 that the Committee on Ways and Means approved the same, and it was in February 13, 2024, that this representation with the authority given by the Honorable Chairman represented the committee in the Committee on Appropriations along with some of the authors of the bills. Allow me to highlight the significant amendments that were introduced by the Committee on Appropriations during the meeting as follows. Section 51 of the draft bill, which provided a special account to be maintained by the PCG, was deleted, and in lieu thereof, a PCG Modernization Trust Fund was created. Second, the original Section 52, which is now part of Section 51 under paragraph A, was deleted, and in lieu thereof, a provision allowing the PCG to receive grants, bequests, and donations from both local and foreign resources for the PCG Modernization Program was included. It also includes power of DOTR to enter into loan agreement with foreign financial institutions subject to the review of the Monetary Board of the PSP and the Department of Finance. Section 56 regarding the appropriations was amended to include a provision that mandates the annual appropriation of 1 billion in the next 5 years for the enactment of the measure out of the funds actually available in the National Treasury of the Philippines, not otherwise appropriated as certified by the National Treasurer. Initially, Mr. Chairman, the TWG led by this representation decided to treat the bill of Representative Michael Romero, House Bill 5619, separately with the proposed PCG Act. The main reason is that objective of the other proposals, that is, House Bills 436 of Congressman Pimentel, House Bill 2301 of Congressman Khymer Adan Olaso, House Bill 3215 of Representative Arnie Fuentebella, House Bill number 4306 of Congressman Albert Garcia, and House Bill 6225 of Congressman Rufus Rodriguez is for the organization null reform, whereas House Bill 56196 to create the PCG Modernization Trust Fund to finance the modernization program of the PCG. After we have finalized the bill, the draft bill, 4 other bills, that is, House Bill 7079 of Congressman Eric Martinez, House Bill number 8028 of Representative Yodi Tariela, House Bill number 8799 of Representative Eduardo Villanueva, and House Bill number 9038 of Reps Jocelyn Tulfo, Erwin Tulfo, Edvic Yap, and Ralph Wendell Tulfo, espousing the PCG Modernization Act were filed and referred to the committee. However, during the meeting of the Committee on Appropriations, where the draft bill was referred for comment on the funding provisions, the amendments relative to the establishment of PCG Modernization Program were introduced. Although the PCG Modernization Act bills contained specific and other additional provisions, this representation finds that these bills are objectively necessarily included in the proposed revised PCG Act, which now incorporates the amendments introduced by the Committee on Appropriations, although the amount of the proposed appropriation of each bill varies. It is on this premise, Mr. Chair, with the approval of the authors, of which one, Congressman Tariela, already informed this representation. I move that House Bills 5619, 7079, 8028, 8799, and 9038 be deemed consolidated in the draft substitute bill and considered as part of the committee report.
Second.
In addition, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you. In addition,
Hindi pa tapos yung TWG chairman eh. You may proceed, Honorable
thank you,
Padrona.
Chair. Thank you, dear members. That just shows the support of our members to PCG. In addition to the amendments introduced by the foregoing committees, that is the Ways and Means and the Committee on Appropriation, kindly allow me to introduce some formal and minor amendments to the draft bill. This will be in the title, from an act providing for the administrative reform and reorganization of the Philippine Coast Guard into an act strengthening the Philippine Coast Guard by introducing policy and organizational reforms. This is necessary, Mr. Chairman, because of the creation of the Modernization Act provision that was included in here. And also at Section 3, to insert services between maritime safety and command, and insert law enforcement between maritime safety and command. In Section 3D, to insert districts in between the word guard and acronym BIRMM. This is proposed by the PCG. Also in Section 4, after the term functional service commander, add the phrase including other major commanders carrying the rank of admiral. On the maximum term of the commandant, replace 3 years or upon reaching the age of 56, whichever comes earlier, to 2 years or upon reaching the age of 57, whichever comes comes earlier. In Section 9, technical officers, to delete engineers and naval architects, CPAs, clinical psychologists, physical therapists, chemists, medical technologists, and midwives. For the engineers and naval architects, these are not really technical, but they are line officers. And if we include the medical, that would be an added cost for the PCG. But anyway, the commandant is also authorized to, just in case, depending on the requirement of the agency. For Section 13, maximum tenure in office, to delete in the list functional service commander. For Section 30, retirement, change the phrase 56 with the phrase 57. And in addition to that, all the rest that pertains to 56 should be 57. In Section 41, incentives and awards, to include shall be the same and equal to that used and observed in the AFP and PMP, including the Medalya ng Kagitingan or Medal of Honor N. And finally, Mr. Chair, in Section 48, to delete the entire provision, considering that this can also be performed already by the PCG auxiliary. So with that, Mr. Chair, this representation is earnestly requesting for the kind approval of this committee report.
Thank you, Honorable Madrona. Any comments from the members of this committee?
Chairman.
The Honorable Paduano is recognized.
Gob ka ako pa-retire na eh. Anyway, Chairman, hearing the committee report that was delivered by the Vice Chairperson Madrona, yung concern ko lang kasi, Mr. Chairman, is I have nothing against the consolidation of the bills regarding the modernization of the Philippine Coast Guard. But my only reservation is that lagi pong ganyan eh. Ngayon, Philippine Coast Guard Modernization budget, which is 1 billion. And ako personally, we have to check the basis for that 1 billion. Kasi, for example, sa AFP, Mr. Chairman, and of course, noting that there's an expediency with regards to problem of external security, lalo na dun sa West Philippine Sea. And for me, offhand, tingin ko dyan yung 1 billion is drop in the bucket of the budget for the next 5 years. But still, Mr. Chairman, we have to, ayaw na natin yung nangyari sa AFP. Right, supposedly, Horizon 3 na tayo. Pero ngayon, hindi pa tapos yung Horizon 2. Di ba? Kasi, ano ba talaga yung basis ng budget from the amendments being made by the Appropriations Committee, yung 1 billion? Now, is it based on the proposed PCG Modernization Plan for the next 5 years? Now, first question is, do you have a proposed modernization plan for the PCG for the next 5 years? And why? Why 5 years? Kasi, ang ano ko lang doon, tingin ko lang, dapat before we approve the budget, proposed budget coming from the Appropriations Committee, which is 1 billion, we have to check if indeed that is, ako tingin ko that is drop in the bucket. Baka mamaya, just for the sake of may programa tayo to modernize PCG, lalagyan na naman natin ng 1 billion lang. Kaya ang kailangan talaga, Mr. Chairman, we have to check the modernization plan for the PCG in which proposed by the Coast Guard and of course the DOTR before we approve the budget, annual budget for 1 billion for the next 5 years. That's number one, Mr. Chairman. Again, we have to check the PCG modernization plan of the PCG, Mr. Chairman, so that the budget for that, yung talagang tama, saka totoo. Kaysa naman na we have plan, modernization plan, then 1 billion, just for the sake of giving budget for the PCG modernization plan, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I ask the chairman of the TWG to answer the concerns of the Honorable Paduano, let me recognize the presence of the Debonair Leo de Tariela, representing the Lone District, province of Occidental Mindoro, and the Honorable Alfelito Alfel Bascug, representing the First District, province of Agusan del Sur. You're most welcome, gentlemen. The Honorable Madrona is recognized.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The comments of our distinguished colleague here is well taken. To be frank about it, the proposal that we did in the Committee on Appropriations was the offshoot of the question of one of our members there when they said that, is the Coast Guard assured of modernizing its fleet? Now, we understand and I agree that the 1 billion per year limited to 5 years is very inadequate and very much less. No, in fact, this representation, frankly, will accept a recommendation and a motion by this esteemed committee to increase it or probably to delete the limitation for 5 years and probably put an additional provision that provided that this could be increased subject to the actual requirement and submittal of the Coast Guard to support their Modernization Act with the permission of, with the approval of this committee, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Coast Guard?
Put it into motion, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
No. We get the comments first of the regarding this issue. Coast Guard?
Good morning, Honorable Chair and the honorable members of this committee. Foremost, I'd like to convey the gratitude of the 30,500 Coast Guards representing the agency that you created 14 years ago, that you supported as well to perform the unique roles it has to play for this country. We are only very, very grateful, and we can only be very grateful to the initiative of the Committee on Appropriations to insert that provision. But we recognize that it is not or might not be enough. Parang ang nangyari, kung yun lang po ang ibibigay, okay na lang po sa amin. Because the reality, Mr. Chair, is the Coast Guard can only be what the people wants it to be and can do what the people allows it to do. We are your creation. We will just accept what you will allow us to be. But if I may be allowed to make recommendations, Mr. Chair, I concur with the wisdom of our TWG chair that it might be sufficient for us if we remove the limiting period of 5 years. We can avail of funding mechanisms from the Department of Budget. Maybe we can have it on MICA, and it can allow us to go long-term contracts for procurement. It can serve as bigger than it is if we will innovate on how to use it, Mr. Chair. But more will be more welcome, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable
Chair.
Chair.
Man,
Mr. Chair,
Thank you. Sandali lang. Kung gusto ninyo kayo ang mag-chairman. Di ba?
Ako naman.
DOTR, what are your comments about this? The Coast Guard is under the Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Secretary of Transportation, Jaime Bautista, we thank the committee and the chair for the invitation to this important hearing. Mr. Chair, we are supportive of the Philippine Coast Guard in respect of their modernization. And more importantly, Mr. Chair, we see the need to modernize its equipment, facilities, and including its floating assets and aircraft, Mr. Chair. And this goes beyond the development or the growth of its organization in terms of its the size of its personnel, Mr. Chair. So the department is fully supportive of the Philippine Coast Guard in respect of the modernization program. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chair, there are initiatives, joint initiatives between the department and the Philippine Coast Guard to come up with a modernization plan patterned after that of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Department of Defense, National Defense, Mr. Chair. So we are working on it. I believe, Mr. Chair, that this will also address the concern on the submission of a modernization plan within such period as provided for in the draft bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If you wouldn't mind, Asek, how are you related to former Chief of Staff General Llano?
Don't mind, Mr. Chair. The former Chief of Staff is my uncle.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
thank you. The Honorable
Yes,
Dan Fernandez is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this entails our national security, and the provision of Section 56 as what was related to us by the good congressman from Blon. Putting an amount of 1 billion is not fair, I believe, considering that the Teresa Magbanwa, the 97-meter long fleet that we have right now cost 3.3 billion pesos. So kung maglalagay po tayo ng 1 billion pesos and this will be scattered on all the requirements that are being written in this bill, I think, Mr. Chairman, yung ating attempt to protect our territory is beaten. I believe that, Mr. Chair, that allowing us to increase this 1 billion to at least to purchase another ship that will allow us to have a what do you call this? Empower the whole Coast Guard in trying to tell to the Chinese ano ba yun? PLO ba yun? Tawag nila sa kanila? PLA. That after all, we are trying to fight. Even yung scarcity of funds are there, di ba? Kakunti yung pera natin, but we're trying to show them that we are doing our best to protect our sovereignty. And that in that point, Mr. Chairman, I hope that the Committee on Appropriation can reconsider of increasing the amount of 1 billion. Instead of trying to scatter it within 5 years, the amount of 5 billion, bigyan na lang ng one time 3 billion. Para na sa ganon, magamit natin wisely yung pera that will be appropriated. Ang hirap dito para tayong para tayong Bombay na uti-uti binibigay yung pera that we cannot even buy another ship for the Coast Guard. So, Mr. Chair, yun lang po yung ating reaction doon dahil ang amount na nakita po natin sa MRB Teresa Magbanua is 3.3 billion. And this is 98-meter long lang yung pinag-uusapan natin. Kumbaga, comparing to the Chinese vessel, di ba? Ang layo-layo po. Pero, by doing so, by buying rightly, next year, Mr. Chairman, meron tayong statement doon sa ating counterpart sa China. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. May I add, Mr. Chair, about sa section 4? 56 muna tayo. Sige, section 4 lang po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may
Ah.
comment.
For a moment, it's the chair's lapse a while ago. I did not ask the Honorable Paduano if he was finished with his interpellation. So, with your indulgence, lady and gentlemen, which the chair would acknowledge the Honorable Paduano to finish his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ito kasi si Gob Di pa nga ako tapos. Anyway, Chairman, ganito lang. I will not discuss about the amount, no? But of course, sabi ko na nga, that is a drop on the bucket. Now, and we don't want to experience again what happens with the modernization of the AFP. Sabi ko nga, so supposedly Horizon 3 na. Pero ang Horizon 2, yung mga requirements, hindi pa nga tapos. Now, Mr. Chairman, ganito lang po. If I hear it correctly, the statement coming from the DOTR, you're still drafting the modernization plan. So wala pa po. Updating. Now, ganito, Chairman, can we ask the Coast Guard question of course, pag sinabi yung plano, may short term, may long term, di ba? Now, timeline lang po tayo. Then the ballpark figure, estimated figure.
Mr.
Kasi as far as kung correct yung pagkakuha ko is updating daw, Mr. Chairman, updating. Now, ang question kasi dito is, gaano katagal yun? And when the modernization plan was implemented, then the corresponding budget, kahit ba, sabi ko nga, kahit ballpark figure, para at least ma-justify natin just in case na dagdagan ba, magkano, di ba? Gaano po ka? And, Mr. Chairman, anyway, pakisubmit na rin po sa committee yung modernization plan ng Coast Guard. Kasi we cannot talk, for me, we cannot talk about the figures. Of course, sabi ko nga, drop in the bucket, but we cannot talk about the figures if hindi rin po malinaw yung programa saka yung plano. Kaya ang tanong ko lang po, timeline, then target corresponding budget.
Mr. Chair, may comment, Mr. Chair.
And dali. Hindi pa nasagot yung tanong ko. Address to Coast Guard. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the issue of whether or not we have a strategy, it was answered. And we are working on a 15-year modernization plan. The ballpark figure, honestly, will be very arbitrary for me to give today. But we will comply with the request of the Honorable Congressman to provide a more accurate figure if given the time. For the assurance, however, of this committee, the Coast Guard is doing its modernization plan in accordance with the sciences available. We are reckoning our plans with that of the modernization plan of the Armed Forces and the whole Department of Defense, because we recognize that we have to modernize along with our peers in the security sector. we are moving towards a total force. And we recognize that it's not enough that the armed forces will only be the one to receive a big chunk of the modernization fund if the Coast Guard is left out. So sabay-sabay po kami, we are also supporting them in their modernization efforts. Mr. Chair, we can only be grateful if this committee will recognize the fact that the Coast Guard will only be receiving a drop compared to the pail of support the armed forces is bound to receive. To be more precise, it is only 1 billion every year, and I think the armed forces is poised to receive 40 billion a year. Maybe we all recognize that it is in fact the Coast Guard who are the ones in the front line. We are not for war, but we are preserving the peace because nobody wants war. So if we are to invest, maybe the Coast Guard can be a worthy investment as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, okay. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, there will be a plenary debate with regards to possible amendments. But Mr. Chairman, can we ask the Coast Guard na lang po if you can submit your initial modernization plan before the plenary debate starts? Para makita lang po namin din yung possible amendments namin that we will be introduced doon sa plenary po is based on the factual proposed plan nyo po. Kasi mahirap na sabihin natin 1 billion, 2 billion din. Ako nga, 15 years. Of course, para sa akin mahaba yan. Kasi sabi ko may urgency in question of modernizing the Coast Guard. No? Now, at the same time, Mr. Chairman, para makita na rin natin, ito law, pero ako tingin ko dapat flexible tayo doon kasi by September, October, we will again discuss the budget, no? That will be a budget deliberations, appropriations level hanggang sa approval sa plenary. So, might as well, we will discuss in the plenary some amendments. Pero ako, as of now, ang tingin ko dyan, dapat maging flexible tayo dun sa budget. And we will base the actual budget per year sa actual need po ng Coast Guard. And you cite, AFP nga, 40 billion a year, di ba? Now, sa inyo 1 billion lang. But still, please, to the chair, please submit na lang po yung, yung initial updated na plan and with corresponding budget for the next 3 years or 5 years, no? Then, of course, kung 15 years yan. Para makonsider na lang po doon sa plenary debate at the same time doon sa budget deliberation for the fiscal year 2024-25. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Coast Guard, you are directed to submit the requirement of the Honorable Paduano to this committee. And the timeline is before the plenary.
We will comply, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And before we proceed further, please allow me to recognize the presence of the Honorable Robert Ace Barbers, Chairman of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, in representing the 2nd District, the province of Surigao del Norte. Chairman, gandang umaga po.
Mr. Chair, may I comment?
Yes, nag-usap na kayo ni Kong Tariela kung sino mauna sa inyong dalawa. Sige, you have the floor.
If you have, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I think for the modernization, one of the main thing there, Mr. Chair, is we need to establish infrastructure projects nationwide, most especially, Mr. Chair, for our bases. As of now, Mr. Chair, even in Zamboanga City, we don't have Coast Guard bases, Mr. Chair. Squatter lang po yung Coast Guard sa Philippine Navy. Wala pong puerto yung Philippine Coast Guard. Every time, nasasabihin ng PPA, umalis kayo, umalis yung Coast Guard, mga Coast Guard natin. Walang port sa Zamboanga City for Coast Guard, Mr. Chair, for so long. That is my appeal to the committee to fast track, this bill. Kasi po, Mr. Chair, kawawa po, linalapastangan yung mga Coast Guard natin. Most especially right now in South China Sea. Nahihirapan po yung Coast Guard natin. Ang mga barko natin, kulang. Malalaki yung barko ng mga China. But nevertheless, it's not that we're going to go against China, but we have to protect the borders and interests of our motherland. Masyado pong napabayaan, Mr. Chair, eh. We cannot blame the past anymore, but it has been there already. What we can do is to protect right now and to prevent them from coming into our country. Mr. Chair, with this, Mr. Chair, I would like also to amend part of the bill, Mr. Chair. In the section powers and functions of the Philippine Coast Guard. The powers and function, section 6, under letter B, to conduct random inspections on all merchant ships and vessels, including but shall not be limited to inspections prior to departure to ensure and enforce compliance.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
with your indulgence, wag mo muna tayong pumunta dun sa kwan. Let's finish first yung issue.
Okay, no problem, Mr. But I'll come back to that later because
Yes.
this is very important for this bill, Mr. Chair.
I know.
Thank you.
Isettle muna natin yung issue ng Section 56.
Noted, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other
Mr. Chair,
comments on?
clarification lang. Because I thought that this 1 billion will goes to buying of ship. No, instead, I found out that this is something that will go to the manpower of the Philippine Coast Guard. Is that right? It will go
It will
to,
be concentrated on the ships and the aircraft.
but small ships.
Oh, no, the big ones.
But the cost of the big ship, the MRB Teresa Magbanwa, is 3.3 billion.
Yeah, we noted that,
So how
our-
can we procure a
So-
bigger ship
so,
with the 1 billion funds that we will be allotting for this?
yeah, so I was stating previously, I will accept any proposal at the appropriate time.
Well, in the
to-
plenary, probably, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair, we
in the
can
plenary.
fight for the right amount
Yeah.
that is written
Based on the,
Teresa Magbanwa.
based on the modernization plan to be submitted by the Coast Guard.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask yung Coast Guard if this is right, that the cost of the Teresa Magbanwa is 3.3 billion? Kasi kung 3.3 billion talaga yung pond na binili yung Teresa Magbanwa, prudence dictates na itong hinihingi natin 1 billion if buying for a ship is not accurate. Kasi malayong-malayo na tayo sa katotohanan. Can you kindly tell us kung this is
Your
accurate?
Honor,
Kasi,
Hindi
Mr.
po
Chair.
nila alam yan dahil ang protocol kasi, if there are funding requirements sa isang bill or substitute bill for that matter, it goes to the Committee on Appropriations, which is a co-equal committee insofar as the House is concerned. So, yung nga sana ang sasabihin ko, if you want to come up with amendments, it should be done in the plenary during the second reading.
Yes, I understand that, Mr. Chair. The only thing that I wanted to be clarified is if the amount of the Teresa Magbanwa that was procured by us is 3.3 billion.
Please
Is this
answer.
accurate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The feedback from the concerned staff is 4.9 billion, but it is an overseas development assistance. So it's their payment
That's the reason
period.
why, thank you so much, Mr.
So,
Chair.
so much.
And that's the
number of
reason
years.
why I'm a bit aghast with this 1 billion that was put in here. And the chairman is right that in the right time, in the plenary, we should debate on this appropriation of 1 billion for the Philippine Coast Guard. Yan lang muna, Mr. Chair, at thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comment before I? Chair. Yes, the Honorable Barbers is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't know if this issue was already discussed earlier while I was not around, but I think this is a very important issue that we should not ignore. No? On the recruitment of the members of the Coast Guard Auxiliary, there was an issue in the
Your Honor, with your indulgence, yung issue pa lang is Section 56, yung appropriations for the Coast Guard of 1 billion.
okay. Sige.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's the reason why I said that, well, I was not around. Maybe you have already discussed. But this is a very important issue, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair, that I think we should not ignore and probably discuss this before we approve this proposed legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. May the chair be allowed to come up with its observation and so far as section 56 is concerned. Number one, we're all agreed that 1 billion is not enough for the reorganization of the Philippine Coast Guard. We're all agreed. Pero kung babasahin, number two, yung 1 billion na inilagay or which was placed by the Committee on Appropriations, there are no specific programs. So, nagtatalo nga tayo kung saan gagastusin to eh. The other observation which is more important is that it is contingent on on two factors. If you read the provision inserted by the Committee on Appropriations. Number one, and I would like to read that it should be taken out of any funds actually available. It should be taken out of funds actually available in the National Treasury. Kung walang available funds, zero ito. Di ba? If you read it properly. And in the other contingent situations that and not otherwise appropriated. So it is a contingent fund of 1 billion. It's not even sure. Now, if you have, if the members would have any, shall we say, amendment to this provision under Section 56, the proper timing of this is during the second reading in the plenary. When we come up with our individual amendments, when this is presented for approval by the body. Okay? I hope it is understood. Kaya walang kasiguruhan ito if you read. Basahin ninyo yung provision talaga. It is based on a contingent provision. It depends on availability of funds in the National Treasury which are otherwise not appropriated. If all the funds in the National Treasury are appropriated, then we have no money for this. Yun po yung ibig sabihin nito. Itong provision na ito. I hope that's clear. Now,
I agree with you, Mr. Chair.
yes. Now, who would be the first one to...
Are we
may
going to,
motion ba?
Mr. Chair?
Sige. May ask the motion.
Hindi,
Mr.
the
Chairman,
motion
there's a pending motion from the chairman of the technical working group with regards to section 56.
Section 56. alam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, considering the discussions, I have to withdraw that motion because anyway, there's no way we could approve this, no? So it is earnestly suggested and recommended that this be discussed more thoroughly in the plenary, and then whoever is our sponsor, probably the chairman or me, will be accepting the proposals of the members at that time, subject to the modernization program to be submitted by the Philippine Coast Guard, and of course, subject to a more stringent and sure specific provisions to ensure the actual release or to ensure the actual appropriation and release of the modernization program. So I withdraw the motion, my friend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
since that we have been done with Section 56, may I be allowed to discuss Section 4, Mr. Chair? Yes, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, Section 4 of this proposal, we just have approved sa plenary yung pong retirement age of, increasing the retirement age of the Chief PNP from 56 to 57. In this bill, I noticed that the retirement age of the commandant, which is on the equivalent of rank and pay of the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Chief of the PNP is only 56. May we be enlightened on this provision, because I think it will cause some comparison with the AFP and the PNP. Because the retirement age of the AFP and PNP is already, if signed by the President, yung pong bicameral report that had been approved yesterday sa plenary, then I think baka magkaroon po tayo ng problem dito sa Coast Guard kung we will be retaining the age of retirement of 56.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
may I respond?
Yes.
Yes, I mentioned before that section 30 on retirement has already proposed to change 56 to 57.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. If the chairman of the technical working group have mentioned in his statement a while ago, my apology, Mr. Chairman. So adjusted na pala to 57.
Apologies accepted.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, the amendment of the chair of the TW says on the maximum term of the commandant, replace the phrase 3 years or upon reaching the age of 56, whichever comes earlier, to 2 years or upon reaching the age of 57, whichever comes earlier. Yun yung amendment. Yes. Any other problem and so forth?
Mr. Chair,
Section 4, meron pa? Yes, the Honorable Olaso is recognized.
I'm sorry, no. Section 6 pala, Mr. Chair. Understand.
Section 4 muna tayo yung
Yes, yes.
ni Honorable Fernandez. Meron kuha ng ng Coast Guard na in the sentence, line 24, he shall have earned the command at sea badge and must have served as district commander and functional service commanders. Tama? And you would like to add, and other service commanders having a 3-star rank. Would that be correct?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
What we're trying to tell this committee is that yung district commander at saka functional service commanders, these positions require 3-star rank.
Only the functional commanders.
How about the district?
And major commanders, yeah, Your Honor.
Okay.
The district commander at present only has the rank requirement of 1 star.
Are you trying to tell me that any commandant to be appointed by the president should have passed all these positions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So you're making the requirements to become a commandant of the Philippine Coast Guard more stringent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I see your point. There's no other issue insofar as Section 4 is concerned? Wala na? So, is there any other issue which the members would like to come up with?
Mr. Chair. Ada issue na nga eh.
No,
Tapos na, di ba? Ay, boss.
The Honorable Palma is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I just want to be clarified. As far as Section 39 is concerned,
39.
a retired PCG uniform personnel who is at least 65 years old shall be entitled to old age pension amounting to 5,000 pesos. My question is, saan kukunin yung pera or they have their GSAs and other benefits? Would this,
Yes, Mr. Chair, that would be from the budget of the PCG, part of the regular budget.
so in short, Mr. Chair, aside from the GSAs and other agencies that is giving the retirement benefits, on top of that, they'll still be receiving 5,000 from their own budget. Would that be?
Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
If I can respond, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, from the GAA.
You have an item of this in the GAA?
Under the retirement gratuity and benefits, Mr. Chair.
You are giving it.
Not yet at this time.
Sigurado ba kayong you would have enough funds for this?
If it is appropriated in the law, Mr. Chair, but if not,
Well, I do not know if your PS component of your budget would be enough insofar as your needs are concerned. Kaya nga tinatanong namin kayo eh.
Mr. Chair, during the deliberation with the Appropriations Committee, the representative from DBM was there, and there was no objection from their side. So we presume that we will have enough money to have that funded.
Yung DBM,
Honorable
hindi magsasabi eh. Kasi ang trabaho ng DBM, ibigay lang niya in accordance with what is provided for the GAA. Now, I am asking you, being the user of these funds, would you have enough funds under your personal services component para dadagdagan yung paggastos dyan? You ask your controller.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I can ask. My personal and Mr. Chair, I think, following your wisdom, Mr. Chair, we usually request it from the Department of Budget and Management and subject to availability of funds. So in short, we don't have sufficient funds for it.
I agree.
Thank you,
Kasi
Mr. Chair.
sa police, wala nga kami rin ganyan eh.
That's the reason why, Mr. Chair, I'm, for my, Section 39, it would be, at the end of the day, pag wala tayong funds, magiging problema yung Philippine Coast Guard to address this old pension. So what would be, with the permission of the chair, I'll leave it to you.
Alam mo, Commandant, pag nilagay natin ito, malalaman ng ating mga tao, pinapaasa na natin sila sa isang bagay na hindi sigurado. That is why I'm asking you if you have enough funds under your personal services component. Kasi napakarami yung allowances na binabayad under the PS component eh. So, magkakaroon kayo ng problema pag nilagay natin ito at aasahan na ng mga tao at hindi nyo maibibigay. Yun yung punto ni Honorable Palma. And I know it kasi naging controller ako eh. Nagkakaroon palagi ang problema sa PS component.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes, yes.
we will submit to the wisdom of this committee, Mr. Chair.
We're going on leave today or tomorrow pala. Kindly submit it before April 29 when we resume yung inyong position insofar as Section 39 is concerned. Kasi pag na-approve ito, ifa-finalize yung substitute bill, iho.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay?
We will comply.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
fair enough. Before we proceed, please allow the chair to recognize the presence of the Honorable Peter John Calderon, representing the 7th District of the Province of Cebu. Welcome po kayo. So, is there any other issue? Yung mga members?
Section 6.
Oh. The Honorable Barber is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clarification on Section 51 in the unnumbered substitute bill. Yung Modernization Trust Fund, no? Normally, when we propose a trust fund for a certain agency, there are clear ballpark figures as to how much would be the fund, no, that the agency can use. Tsaka very clear ho kung saan nila ilalagay yung income on interest income on your trust fund. It says here in the proposed bill that you can use it for your equipment. Is that correct? Yung modernization ng equipment.
Oh, hindi kayo marunong sumagot nito. Ako na sasagot.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Itong, if we read section 51, may mga activities kayo doon sa Coast Guard that you get paid. Tama? Correct ba? Yes. Oh, in fact,
Yes, Your Honor.
kayo nagkakaisa eh.
But very minimal.
Yeah. Kasi ang source ng fund na ito, yung Modernization Trust Fund ninyo would be the fees, dues, charges, and fines collected relevant to the exercise of your various functions.
Yes, sir.
Tama.
Yes, Your Honor.
The other source is proceeds from the disposal of excess and uneconomical repairable equipment and other movable assets of the Philippine Coast Guard. And the third one, the interest income that accrues to the trust fund. You said minimal yung inyong trust fund ngayon, yung kinikita. How much?
Around 100 million, Your Honor.
100 million a year.
Sorry, Your Honor, the average to date is around 281.
Million
Yes,
a year, annual.
yes, Your Honor.
And you give that to the National Treasury.
Yes,
or the
sir.
Bureau of Treasury. And you do not get it.
No, Your Honor.
Mali.
Mali. Mali.
Sige, the Honorable
Section
Barbers.
51 will somehow give you the imprimatur to be able to manage and use this amount. Yung 281 million, kung gagamitin niyo yun sa modernization of your equipment, maybe even your PS can fund this, di ba? Wala namang prohibition yung mga trust funds sa pag-fund ng ating mga PS eh. So wag nyo na isoli sa National Treasury. Gamitin nyo na.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
It is mandated by law na lahat po ng earnings ng mga agencies ay dumidiretso po sa
That is
National
correct,
Treasury. Except for the PNP. Ganon din. Basta sa DILG. Mr. Chair, the reason is that when we came up with our trust receipts or trust fund, we saw to it that we got the exemption from the President of the Republic of the Philippines.
That's the
So siguro, I would recommend, Mr. Chair, na ilagay natin dito sa amendment na dapat hindi na mapupunta sa Bureau of Treasury at magamit po nila.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I absolutely agree with your idea because with that fund that you will be managing, pwede nyo nang dahan-dahanin ipondohan yung inyong modernization eh. And if the PNP as an organization was able to get the exemption, now more than any other period in this country, we need a modernized Coast Guard. Kaya andyan, may 300 million kayo almost every year. So gamitin nyo yun. Bilhin nyo ng bala at saka kanyon.
Mr. Chair, may comment pertaining the trust fund.
Yeah.
Gusto ko sanang himay-himayin. Saan galing po yung trust fund natin ng Philippine Coast Guard?
Kasi under, Your Honor, if I may,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
ang sources po ng kanilang trust fund would be three. The fees, dues, charges, and fines collected relevant to the exercise of its various functions as defined in Section 6 of this Act. Ito ang in-insert ng Ways and Means Committee, di ba? Right, Mr. Chair? Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
The other one is proceeds from the disposal of excess and uneconomically repairable equipment.
Yes,
The
Mr.
third
Chair.
one is the interest.
Well understood. I think we can increase the trust fund of the Philippine Coast Guard. We'll come back to that after we'll go to Section 6 later on, Mr. Chair.
Okay?
Um,
Thank
very
you.
well clear, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ang gawin niyo kasi is ilalagay natin yun sa provision na ito na hindi nyo na dapat madala sa Bureau of Treasury so that you won't need the exemption from the President. Pwede naman natin gawin yun. Or you go the long way, you can ask exemption from the President.
I think it's now more than today, Mr. Chairman, that Coast Guard must be given that leeway. Dapat meron, kasi nandiyan na, income nyo na yun eh. Di ba? You have more or less around 300 million. If in the coming years, ma-increasean nyo yan, di mas maganda. You can use that for your modernization. You can even use that for your personnel, hiring of your more personnel. But as an ancillary issue, Mr. Chair, if I may, dun sa, kasi meron na kayong pondo, no? Halimbawa, meron na kayo, nabigyan sila ng exemption. Gagamit niyan. You can use that for modernization. You can use that for hiring your personnel. Kanina, kasi I mentioned that very important yung issue about the recruitment of your auxiliary members. I don't know if this is in the I haven't read that provision yet in this meron. So I'll just wait for that section when we discuss that. So basically section 51 I think is a opportunity for Coast Guard to be able if we propose an amendment or maybe in the text, no, in the language of the provision, it would say that you will have full authority over the use of your trust fund proceeds. Mas maganda para makatulong sa Coast Guard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think one of your legal officer came from the PNP, right? He can research on I think the memorandum circular on how the trust receipts or trust funds would be used. To augment your MOE and capital outlay funds. Meron na po kami nun. Okay?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, the
it's
Honorable
my
Ron is
understanding
recognized.
that we have a representative from the Commission on Audit here. From the COA.
Do we have a COA representative from that? Not for the.
Not for this. Okay. Is it? Yeah. If the COA representative can be requested to give us some guidance on this issue.
Good morning, Your Honors. Yes, pertaining to the trust fund, but right now they don't have yet, which they are intending to have. I believe that this will really help the Philippine Coast Guard once they have, because I believe that if they will be given the opportunity to use this in their modernization program, then they will also do initiatives to further collect more.
These funds are subjected to COA audit.
Of course, sir.
Yes, insofar as the PNP is concerned, it is part of the funds audited by COA,
Yes,
the
sir.
COA of the Philippine National Police. So, yung legal officer ninyo, siguro mag-research dun sa PNP. How to come about with this trust fund. Okay?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, sa line 16, no, it states here, section 51, that the trust fund is hereby created a PCG Modernization Trust Fund to be used exclusively for the PCG Modernization Program. In other words, Mr. Chairman, it is explicitly stated here that the trust fund will go directly to PCG Modernization Program. Thereby, hindi nila pwedeng gamitin ito kung hindi mo na pwedeng dalin pa sa treasury itong trust fund na to dahil nga sinasabi dito that it will be exclusively used for the PCG Modernization Program. So in other words, Mr. Chairman, I believe that precise na yung ano eh, yung provision eh.
This chairman believes otherwise. Ang sinasabi lang na exclusively is for the use of the Philippine Coast Guard in their modernization.
So in
Yun lang
other
ang ibig
words,
sabihin nito.
there are existing law pertaining to all this trust fund directly goes back to the treasury. And thereby, this one will be included as well, Mr. Chair.
Yes, kasi if you ask the COA, lahat naman ng trust receipt or trust funds ng lahat ng agencies of government, these funds go to the Bureau of Treasury. And kung merong authority na gumamit ng trust fund na yon, they request it to the Bureau of Treasury. Ganon ang kwan. Kaya yung Coast Guard, yung binibigay nila, wala naman silang in-establish na trust fund eh. Lahat ng collection nila pupunta sa Treasury.
Ganun ang ginagawa ngayon ng ating ng Coast Guard.
So ang gusto nilang magagawa, they
Yeah.
establish a trust fund from their collections para magamit nila.
Yes, and being used by being practiced as well by the PNP. Anyway, I submit to the wise wisdom of my senior colleague. Hindi pala, senior pala ako sa iyo. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, any other issue?
Mr. Chair,
Yes. the
on
Honorable
section
Ambassador.
6, Mr. Chair. 6. Letter B, line 2. To conduct random inspections on all merchant ships and vessels, including but shall not be limited to inspections prior to departure, to ensure and enforce compliance with safety standard rules and regulations. Mr. Chair, I would like to amend this, Mr. Chair, to conduct inspection instead of to conduct inspections but not random, to conduct inspections on all merchant marine vessel entering, including all merchant marine vessels, including but shall not be limited to inspections prior to entering departure port, to ensure and enforce compliance with safety standards, rules, and regulation, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as of now, with these regulations that's stipulated in this bill, in accordance to international regulations, Mr. Chair, all merchant marine vessels entering on foreign countries, foreign ports, prior entering, these vessels are subject for inspections. Most especially for tanker vessels, we have a mandatory reporting point at 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone. We have to report to our duly constituted authority, which is our Philippine Coast Guard. The same as with the U.S. Coast Guard, upon entering 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone, we have to report to U.S. Coast Guard. And upon enrolling to U.S. Coast Guard, we have to pay a certain fees for certain inspection. Prior makakapasok to sa ating terminal or port, yung mga barko na to, Coast Guard will conduct thorough inspection for safety regulation on board vessel. They will conduct drills, inspection of all navigational charts, nautical charts, the safety of the vessel, the safety of the crew, including contracts. I think the thorough inspection will conduct about 8 hours, Mr. Chair. And in the thorough inspection, Mr. Chair, a lot of violations we can find on board that merchant marine vessel that is entering into our country. With that, Mr. Chair, I think we can regulate some more to add income to our Philippine Coast Guard. Kasi po, Mr. Chair, European countries, Singapore are even doing that, but Philippines is none, Mr. Chair. So I think it's about time that we will include that in this bill, that all vessels entering to Philippine ports, except for those passing by vessel, dumadaan lang sila sa ating bansa, they will just report. But for those entering into a Philippine port, it is mandatory that they will report to the Philippine Coast Guard already, Mr. Chair. Para yung Coast Guard natin magkaroon talaga ng pangil to apprehend and detain this vessel. Kasi nangyayari ngayon, Mr. Chair, with these regulations to conduct random inspections, parang matatakot yung Coast Guard dito eh. Wala silang pangil. Bakit po? random lang gagawin mo. But if we will do this mandatory for those international merchant marine vessels entering into our country, now we can collect fines. We can have more revenue. That is what I want to discuss earlier on. Being a former merchant mariner, being a former ship captain, Mr. Chair, ito po ang gawain namin overseas. And I know my job as a captain. And I want to emphasize it clearly. And I want to support our Philippine Coast Guard pertaining to this matter, Mr. Chair. Now we're having problem that we're only collecting almost 300 million pesos every year. But if we will establish this, Mr. Chair, most likely, Mr. Chair, how many? I would like to ask Coast Guard how many vessels, foreign going vessels, are entering our port every month? Most likely, for the record, meron po kayo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Combined are 28,000
28 every month.
every day,
Every day, 28,000.
domestic and foreign.
If ever foreign lang po.
We have to deconflict that one, Mr. Chair.
Approximately, not exactly, but approximately, I just want to know so we can get a rough figure for our computations. Because in other countries, like Japan, Korea, they're doing this. Most especially America. Dito po kumikita yung gobyerno nila eh. You know, in all spills response, ang nangyayari po with our all spills equipment, lahat galing kay Coast Guard. When they go in service, render their services, libre po, walang bayad. But if we will collect this upon entering 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone, because their intention is to enter Philippine port, then we will ask them to enroll in our Coast Guard agency. And our Coast Guard agency can accept the enrollee's fee, and they have another income for this. So roughly 28,000, let's say 10,000 vessels, sir, roughly.
I don't want to speculate, Mr. Chair. I'm getting the exact figure now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. I think with this much income, Mr. Chair, it can help a lot in modernizing our Philippine Coast Guard. Kaya kung makikita nyo, it's very, very shameful for us. American Coast Guard, all equipments are sets, complete equipment meron sila because they are charging. Eh tayo wala eh. We're just mandated every budget hearing bibigay sa ating national government. But now we want our Philippine Coast Guard to exercise its functions. At least they can help us, collect fees for this merchant marine vessel. Most especially registered on a foreign flag.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd like to manifest our gratitude to the Honorable Congressman Olaso for that support. And if we may be allowed to submit to him the exact figures on the number of foreign vessels going to our port, to be more precise, Mr. Chair. But the ballpark figures, it wouldn't be more than 1,000 a day.
28,000 a day.
That the combined.
The combined. Okay, roughly, I will estimate most likely 5,000 vessels a day. In that 5,000 vessels a day, rest assured, the rest is under Philippine flag. 5,000 vessels times, let's say, 20,000 GRT. That is 10,000 GRT. 10 million GRT every day. So if we're gonna charge times $1 per GRT, we got a $10 million every day for collection for those vessel calling Philippine port. In that $10 million, if you're gonna multiply by 56, most likely we got 560 million every day for collection. Ito po ang hindi natignan ever since ng ating gobyerno. But since I'm here, I'm not Berchan Marine representative. I'm a first district representative of Zamboanga City. But I would like to help our government pertaining to collections para magkaroon tayo. That's why I'm sharing this knowledge to you, Mr. Chair, to everyone, to the committee, so that we will our minds will be broadened up and will be open for this amendment, Mr. Chair. So we can collect fees to this, Mr. Chair. Subject to style, move accordingly. That will be a motion also for that amendment.
Just a
Ganito,
clarification.
the status of this is that the substitute bill has been approved by this committee already. Yes, that's the parliamentary status of this bill. It has been approved by the committee. Now we're here to discuss yung mga insertions or amendments of the Committee on Ways and Means and the Committee on Appropriations. So, kaya nga sinasabi ko, yung amendment po ninyo, if not doon sa in-insert ng Ways and Means o kaya Appropriations Committee, it should be done in the plenary during the second reading. That's the protocol.
So, Mr. Chair, you want me to amend that during the plenary?
Yes,
No
because
problem.
this provision of the substitute bill has been approved by this committee before already. Kasi hindi ba, sinabi ko kanina, pag may appropriations provisions, it goes to the Committee on Appropriations for their amendments also. So, kaya tayo nandito ngayon dahil ang didiscuss natin ay principally yung mga inamend ng o idinagdag ng Committee on Appropriations at saka Ways and Means. Ayun.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the Philippine Coast Guard pertaining to my amendments if they're agreeable with it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we agree on any amendment that will help the Coast Guard collect more fees for our trust fund, trust receipt, at par with international practice, Your Honors.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before we leave that, may I ask the Coast Guard, is this part of your old charter?
Okay, no?
Because you have a charter established in 2009. Is this part of your powers and functions already under the old law?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it exactly worded?
Not exactly the same words,
Could you
but
please?
it gives us the same powers, Your Honor.
Yeah, could you please state what is provided for under your charter in 2009?
Section 3 of Republic Act 9993, paragraph B, letter B, to inspections on all merchant ships and vessels, including but shall not be limited to inspections prior to departure to ensure and enforce compliance with safety standards, rules, and regulations.
If you read that properly, the term random is not present. Bakit pumayag kayo na ilagay yung random?
Gusto mo yan?
If I may respond, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, actually, this amendment arose from what has been the practice in our jurisdiction. As we know, there would be maritime casualties, and what would happen is the private party would put the blame on the Philippine Coast Guard, saying that you cleared our vessels, so we do not have any responsibility anymore. In the substitute bill, Your Honor, it's been replaced with random inspections, so that practice or that argument will no longer be made by private players. That basically, Mr. Chair, is the reason why there has been this amendment And it also it would be logistically difficult for the Philippine Coast Guard if all these vessels would be inspected. But Mr. Chair, if I may, following up on the suggestion of the Honorable Olaso, muchas gracias por la sugerencia. Actually, there's a port state control system already in place in the Philippines following international conventions. And this ensures that there would be safety inspections for foreign flag vessels. Related to this also, Mr. Chair, seems it's the experience of the Honorable Olaso to be the captain of oil tankers. We are also from the department in collaboration with the Philippine Coast Guard and the Marina. We are also working on a system to develop the oil spill response capability of the country. So I believe that fits well into the suggestion of the Honorable Olaso. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
May come back. Can you repeat back your yung una sinabi niyo pertaining casualty, marine casualty? After the inspections, we're trying to
Actually, Mr. Chair, because what happens, and I also speak based on experience as a maritime lawyer. If there is a casualty, usually they would be the argument would be it was cleared by the Philippine Coast Guard anyway. So
no. Pertaining to marine casualty, that's different story. Nothing blames will go to our Philippine Coast Guard. That is a port clearance that we're going to that this Coast Guard will go and inspect those merchant marine vessels. Wala nangyari yan. Even in America, with a thorough inspection of US Coast Guard, that's still the same. Casualty is happening. And the blame never go to the Coast Guard. The blame always go to the operator, especially to the captain. Now, I'll give you one example. One of vessel from American Eagle tanker went into Houston, Texas. Inbound to Houston, Texas, that vessel collided. Provided prior entering port, this vessel was already thoroughly inspected by the U.S. Coast Guard. Unfortunately, a certain thing had happened upon entering the channel. So there's an outbound barge. Nagkabanggaan sila doon. And it was news spread in America. You can Google it. Ang nangyari po, for the safety of marine environment, safety of our community, you know what happened to that company? They have given open check to America. For 5 years, binabayaran nila yung mga tao yung doon nakatira sa along that coastline. So, what I'm trying to say here, we're just also trying to find protections for our countrymen. Especially what had happened to the last vessel that had sunk last year, yung lumubog sa, yes, Mindoro, right? Oh, what happened? Ano na nangyari sa balita doon with those spills that had been scattered all over our country, oil spills? Nothing had happened there. I want to know what happened there. Diba? Kaya nga, ang point dito, if we will conduct this, they will not blame the Philippine Coast Guard because the Philippine Coast Guard, once they will go on board vessel, they will check your safety parameters. If your crew are wearing PPEs, if the vessel is worth it for sailing, other than that, there's classification society to be blamed. Doon yung mapupunta sa classification, there's a class. So they will never blame the Coast Guard for that. I never heard that someone put the blame on any Coast Guard for indulgence, Mr. Chair. Wala. Everything will go to the captain because the safety of the vessel, it's depend upon the command of the captain, upon the operations of the vessel. Hindi sa Coast Guard. Once you sailed out, you're cleared, okay yung barko mo, we assure that you're clear from any danger, then you can sail out. But any accident on board, nothing will bring to the Coast Guard. I just want to stand corrected on that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Your Honor, hindi ko alam. Pero hindi yun naman yung nakita siguro ito nung, you're one of the authors of this, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So it is only now that you're amending what you authored. Okay, see, that's the way I look at it. Kasi sinasabi ng Coast Guard, inilagyan nila ng random na word before inspection for two reasons. Number one, yun nga ayaw niyong magkakaso. Tama? Attorney? Yes. The other one is you do not have enough logistics, especially personnel, to conduct inspections sa lahat po ng vessels. That's how I understood your answer, Attorney. Yes. So, yun yung dahilan kung bakit inilagay nyo yung random. Yeah. As I've stated, Your Honor, ito ay approved na eh. Hindi ito kasama dun sa amendments ng Committee on Ways and Means at saka Committee on Appropriations. Approved na by the committee. Because ang pinag-uusapan na lang po natin dito ay yung amendments proposed by the Committee on Ways and Means and the Committee on Appropriations. Yun po yung parliamentary status ng substitute bill na ito.
My apology for that, Mr. Chair, but I just want to share, being a first termer legislator, my apology for that, but don't worry, Mr. Chair. I'll follow as per instructions on the floor. I will amend whatever it's needed to, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, on the second reading of the plenary.
Chairman, just
Sandali lang.
quick.
The chair would acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Mario Vittorio Marvi Marino, Chairman of the Committee on Trade and Industry and representing the 5th District Province of Batangas, and the Honorable Julian Jambaronda, one of our Deputy Majority Leaders, and representing the Lone District, the City of Iloilo. Welcome po kayo. Yes, the Honorable Paduano is recognized.
Just a quick lang, Mr. Chairman, with regards to the manifestation made by Congressman Olaso. As the author of the bill, you cannot introduce amendments in the plenary. That is our rules and procedure. So you might as well ask somebody to introduce such amendments. Because as author, unless otherwise, we will accommodate you. It's up to the presiding officer and the majority pro leader. But by tradition, authors are not allowed to introduce amendments in the second reading in the plenary debates. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So let's leave. Is there any other issue insofar as Section 6 is concerned? Yes, Commandant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just would like to manifest the Philippine Coast Guard's sincerest gratitude to the Honorable Congressman Olaso for his genuine sense of support to the Philippine Coast Guard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair agree or agrees to your statement kasi gusto niya talaga ay madagdagan yung paano kayo kikita doon sa inyong trust fund for your use. Okay? Sabi nga ni Honorable Barders, maganda yung sinasabi ni Honorable Olaso kanina. Ano sinabi niya? Unfortunately, hindi dito sa committee yung doon sa...
Mr. Chair, if I need to withdraw my authorship during the plenary, I will withdraw just for the insertion of this thing in our bill. Because this will help a lot for our country. Malaking tulong to para sa Philippine Coast Guard, whatever I'm proposing, Mr. Chair. If I need to withdraw, I will withdraw my co-authorship. It's not a problem for me, Mr. Chair. As long as I can do the amendments for this during the second reading, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
That's your call, Your Honor. Thank you. So any other issue you want to be raised insofar as... Yes, the Honorable Asekiano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Insofar as Section 6 is concerned in the substitute bill, Mr. Chair, paragraph K, kilo, Mr. Chair, we just wish to mention that there has to be some clarification in this regard. This likely pertains to the conduct of marine casualty or safety investigations, which can be properly or more properly be conducted by another agency, not the Philippine Coast Guard, given that the Philippine Coast Guard is also a regulator. So conflict of interest cannot be avoided if this power is given to the Philippine Coast Guard. Also, Mr. Chair, and this is more related to the issue on budget.
Nandali. You want this not included?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Conflict. What's the other issue?
Mr. Chair, the other issue would be in relation to paragraph T, Tango.
Are we the same paper?
Substitute bill.
Paragraph.
Tango, Mr. Chair. In relation to the conclusion of international agreements, Mr. Chair, we believe that this will have to be looked into further. Given that the Philippine Coast Guard would not be the proper authority to conclude these agreements on its own. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Oh, I have an issue insofar as this section is concerned. Paragraph L. It reads, in coordination with other relevant government agencies to enforce and maintain maritime security, prevent or suppress terrorism at sea, and perform law enforcement functions. Question is, what are these law enforcement functions and in what jurisdiction? Can you perform law enforcement functions in land?
At sea, Your Honors.
And what are these? Kasi dalawa yung concern ko dito eh. Kung tanungin ako na sa plenary, ano yung law enforcement functions na gagawin ng Coast Guard?
Mr. Chair, I have a lawyer from the PNP who is now with the Coast Guard. Maybe he can better explain it in legal nuances, Your Honors.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed to answer, Mr. Chair. Yes, sir. It's actually provided for in Section 6 under powers and function of the Coast Guard. Letter enumerates the laws that can be performed by the Coast Guard as far as law enforcement is concerned. If I may be allowed to read, Mr. Chair.
Eh bakit nilagay nyo pa yung general powers na law enforcement functions kung enumerated pala under M yung dapat ninyong gawin?
Mr. Chair, that was probably placed there for to emphasize, Mr. Chair, the general powers of the Coast Guard as far as law enforcement concerned pertaining to what was stated in letter M, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ko masasagot yan sa plenary. Kasi kagaya ng sabi ni Honorable Madrona, baka kami ang mag-sponsor nito. Eh kung merong magaling na congressman like Dan Fernandez, eh matanong ako, eh hindi ko masasagot nung kagaya ng pagsagot mo.
Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed to further expand on my answer, previous answer, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, recently the Philippine Coast Guard came up with the memorandum of agreement with no less than the Prosecutor General.
Hindi po yun ang tanong ko.
Opo, sir.
Kasi inilagay nyo perform law enforcement functions. These are general. Or this phrase is a general And then, hindi nyo pa in-specify kung saan kayo magpe-perform ng in law enforcement function. Can you do it in land, air?
Mr. Chair, for the sea, that's yes, we can. That is mentioned by Commandant. On land, sir, again, yes, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, ang tanong ko is, kailangan mo pa bang ilagay ito, naka-enumerate na yung dapat nyong gawin under Section M, ay under Paragraph M na sinabi mo?
Sir, then we can delete the subject, may. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's either we delete what is in letter M, sir, or section 3, or to retain the provision, sir, that was being discussed, Mr. Chair.
Kasi, kumbaga sa kwan, very broad yung law enforcement na function na binigay sa inyo under section, under paragraph L eh. When in fact, hindi naman very, very broad yung function ninyo, law enforcement function. It is limited. It's not. Di ba? That is why you place there under paragraph M to assist in the enforcement of laws on fisheries, immigration, tariff and customs, forestry, firearms and explosives. Nandito lang nga lahat eh.
Yes.
Bakit kailangan nyo pang ilagay yung phrase na to perform law enforcement functions? Don't you think it's superfluous?
Mr. Chair, there are also other laws that we can also perform in addition to what is already specified in letter M, Mr.
My
Chair.
objection, attorney, is that you're giving or arrogating unto yourself functions which are not specified.
Anong suggestion? So, ano sir? We subscribe na tanggalin na lang. Yes, sir. Sir, we submit to the wisdom of the chair that we remove letter M. Remove the phrase in letter L because letter M already suffices for.
Yes.
Thank you.
Kasi ini-enumerate ninyo yung powers and functions nyo. E binibigay nyo naman yung walang limit na power eh.
Aye, sir.
Di ba?
Yes.
That's why I say it's superfluous.
I do agree. Yes, Your Honor.
Content lang mo, ayan.
Yes, sir.
So in view of that, pag tinanggal
Opo.
M na yun.
Opo, sir.
Yung the rest, in the end, will.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And we think about this, okay? That issue. Kasi kami, gumagawa kami ng batas, pero we do not want na bigyan namin kayo ng sobrang power.
Again, Mr. Chair, we submit to the wisdom of the Honorable Chair. Having heard that, Mr. Chair, we submit that we remove the general clause on law enforcement in letter L and letter M would suffice because letter M is already part of our original 9993 law, RA 9993, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other issue from the members?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes. Considering that there are no other issues to be raised by the members,
Ako ang meron eh. Kaya ko tinanong muna kayo dahil
Ako, meron
kayong
pa isa.
dalawang magdidepensa dyan eh. Or meron pa?
It will not, if the committee will not discuss anymore the provisions of the substitute bill, if I may raise another issue, Mr. Chair, related to the Coast Guard's function.
Yes.
Okay.
Dinidiscuss natin ngayon yung powers and functions nila.
Yun, okay. A very important issue because this has come out already in the Senate inquiry about members of Coast Guard recruiting auxiliary members. And most of the members that were recruited as auxiliary Coast Guard were all Chinese. In fact, this issue was raised by Senator Tolentino last year, And Mr. Chair, I'd just like to be updated as to the status of that, no? Kasi I understand that most of those recruits who were Chinese have the ranks of brigadier general, commandant, and all those things. And parang na-overtaken yung Coast Guard. So, can we be clarified on that, Mr. Chair?
Commandant,
Yes,
please
sir.
answer the query of the Honorable Barbers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to the query of the Honorable Representative Barber, sir, we share the same view. And we went through a process in coordination with relevant intelligence and national security concerned agencies of government. And in fact, we have already delisted 36 of them.
And they are all Chinese. Did Coast Guard conduct an investigation as to,
We did.
and may we know what happened to the investigation? What's the result?
We did checks on their compliance to the standard set, and we found that they did not comply. So we initiated their delisting. They are now, in fact, delisted.
So if they are delisted, Mr. Chair, ang issue is that our foreigners, like the Chinese, no? For instance, specifically the Chinese, allowed to become members of the auxiliary?
The coordination we have, Mr. Chair, is we will accept auxiliaries to the Coast Guard, provided they have secured national security clearance.
Okay. So all these 36 have secured
with-
national security clearances.
They don't have, and they don't have national security clearance. That's why we have delisted them. They're not in our roster anymore.
How long have they been with the auxiliary before you delisted them?
When I assumed office, immediately I did what I have to do, Your Honor.
And when was this,
I
Commander?
assumed last October, and so by December, we have already started the listing.
So do you have any idea how long have they been a member of the auxiliary? Etong mga na-delist na ito? Meron ka bang,
Around
based on your
Two to-
records,
two to
your records
three-
would show.
around 2 to 3 years, Your Honor.
So-
Some are even before.
So as you see, Mr. Chair, 2 to 3 years ago, these Chinese who have been a member of the auxiliary of the Coast Guard have been performing perhaps spying duties dito sa atin, and in the guise of being auxiliary members of the Coast Guard. So I'm glad that you have already taken an action by delisting them, but I think we should also look into some Coast Guard personnel who are involved in recruiting these Chinese members. Sino ho yan?
We are proceeding with this very carefully, Your Honor. Rest assured that I will do my part as the Commandant of the Coast Guard to make sure that the Coast Guard is a national security relevant agency.
I'm glad you said that, Mr. Chair, because we all know that there is now a national security issue where Coast Guard and our armed forces are slowly and carefully looking into, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kapag tayo napasok nitong mga Chinaman na nag-iispiya lang sa atin, it will render the Coast Guard, the armed forces, useless and inutil. So
Yeah.
yun ang ano natin. But again, no, I think if I may suggest, Mr. Chair, we should backtrack. Sino yung nag-recruit dyan? Bakit pumasok yan? At wala naman silang compliance, wala namang national security clearances. Bakit naging membro na auxiliary yan? Somebody, somehow, sometime, somewhere, have allowed them to become members of the auxiliary.
If I may respond, Mr. Chair, I'd like to clarify that the requirement for national security clearance started in my term.
Good.
It was me who requested for it.
So I'm glad that we included that, Mr. Chair, as one of the requirements. But other than that, ano yung mga requirements and sino yung involved doon sa pag-recruit nito mga Chinaman na ito?
We are going through it, Your Honor.
So in the next hearing, Mr. Chair, where Coast
One
Guard
of them
will be
is
invited.
dead by now.
I'm sorry?
US has died already. One of those involved in the early stages of that recruitment, unfortunately, is already dead. Your Honor.
Not killed,
No,
died
he died of
natural death.
natural
Okay.
causes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Mr.
may I add?
Before I recognize the Honorable Fernandez, please allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Joseph Gilbert Villago, representing the 2nd District Province of Nueva Ecija. Welcome po kayo. Yes, the Honorable
Mr. Chair,
Fernandez.
medyo shocking yung nadinig ko. Medyo ngayon ko lang nalaman na may ganun pala tayo that we have recruited yung ating pong mga foreigners, especially mga Chinese, para sa auxiliary. Because in addition to what the good gentleman from Surigao, did this Chinese national secured any alien employment permit from the immigration? Kasi ang mga foreigners that wanted to have a working permit, special working permit, must secure a clearance na permit coming from the DOJ. Not only sa national security. If they haven't gotten any alien employment permit, pinakamababa doon is 6 months and maximum of 1 year, then there is violation in the hiring of these Chinese personalities. It is not only the national security permit are required, unless that the national security is using these people for a national security issues. Mr. Chair.
If I may respond, Mr. Chair. Number one, Mr. Chair, we didn't hire them. We're not paying for them. They're not employed. They're volunteers. They are auxiliaries. As to whether or not they need to have the work permit, it is beyond our purview at this point. On the issue,
But I think it doesn't make sense kung voluntary. So much more that if they have intention to spy on us, then voluntarily they will do it. But I think Admiral Gavan, it doesn't make sense yung sinasabi po ninyo na voluntary lang yon. Kung voluntary yon, so much more that we have to be worried.
yes,
You know why? Because they might use that voluntarism as a pretext of their real intention.
I agree, Mr. Chair, and I share your concern. But
tanong
that's
ko po,
not the only
General,
violation.
Ang tanong ko lang po, nag-secure po ba sila ng alien, what do you call this, alien employment permit from the DOJ? Kasi yun ang kailangan sa immigration eh. Even saying that they are voluntary in nature,
Mr.
but they
Chair,
are working as a volunteer in a government institution, that is in violation of our constitution, precisely on the issue of the issuance of permits.
Mr. Chair, if I can respond. Due to the sensitivity of this matter, may I request for executive session so we can discuss this more thoroughly, Mr. Chair?
In that case, Mr. Chair, I move that
No.
no.
That
No,
will not be
I
granted
move
because
I move that we discuss this on a special other
some other time.
day that this committee will adopt, Mr. Chairman. Oh, yes, Mr. Chair, probably we can together with the public accounts and also with the dangerous drugs and the public order, we can discuss this matter as well because this involves again Chinese personalities, Mr. Chair. And medyo nag-worry ako po doon dahil nga Chinese na naman po yung involved. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Iho, alien to Yung 36 na sinabi mo, alien, hindi Filipino-Chinese.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Parehas na rin kayo ng PSA. Parehas na kayo ng LRA. Sige. LTO. Okay? Yeah, nakita mo yung mga nagtatanong tungkol dyan, si Dan Fernandez, Ace Barbers, hindi pa nagtatanong si Chairman Carapse kasi sila ang nakakaalam na ng mga issues ng mga alien Chinese. Okay? O, tama yung sabi mo. It will border on, as the two gentlemen have stated, baka ma-compromise yung national security. Thank you. Pero meron akong katanungan dun sa related to the issue of the honorable barbers. Under Section 48, may karoon kayong Coast Guard Reserve Force. How does it differ with your auxiliary?
The auxiliary is not part of the roster of active members of the Coast Guard.
No, meron kayong Section 48 Coast Guard Reserve Force.
The reserve force, Your Honors, we recommended for its deletion, Your Honors.
Deletion. Chairman, okay. So,
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Section 47. Wala kasi rito sa amendment So, yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, the honorable is recognized.
I have a recommendation on Section 9. Are you on Section 9 already, if it's okay?
Wala. We're with the Section 47.
May I, if I may recommend?
No other issue on Section 47? Okay, the honorable Marino is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I just noticed on the technical officers,
Section
Section 9.
9, yes.
Mr. Chairman, wala po ako nakitang AI or cybersecurity experts doon sa listahan. Do you have cybersecurity personnel right now?
If I may respond,
Yes.
sir. Thank you for pointing that out, sir. We have those, and we are having them as part of the general line officers, not as technical officers.
General line officers. Sir, the problem is, it's very difficult to train cybersecurity experts. Even the NBI does not have cybersecurity experts. And most of these cybersecurity experts, also AI, are more or technical people. For example, sa NBI po, they won't qualify as NBI agents if they're not CPA or a lawyer. And by the time you train them as cybersecurity experts, ano na sila, hindi na sila, madami pa tayong training na gagawin. But if you hire, for example, young technical experts in cybersecurity, for example, former hackers, yan po ang magagaling dyan sa mga cybersecurity. It's just my recommendation that you provide also dun sa technical officers an opportunity for us to recruit cybersecurity experts and also AI. This is the future. I think wala lang po ako nakita dito sa technical officers. Wala pong tinitrain ngayon na mga cybersecurity experts as of right now sa atin. I'm not sure if it's madami po kayong personnel, but the NBI needs 200 cybersecurity experts and not even one ang na-train na nila. So they are really behind in this cybersecurity issues that we're having. So my only recommendation, sir, is if we include, maybe we should include under the technical officers, kung meron po kayong marirecommend, somebody who's expert in cybersecurity and AI for that matter. That's just a recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
What does the Coast Guard say before I ask the chairman of the TWG?
I respond, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. Yes, sir. I really thank you, sir, for that observation. But rest assured that the Coast Guard has been able to recruit at least 300 cyber and IT professionals using the existing recruitment framework that we have. The advantage of having them part of our general line officers, they have more incentives in terms of promotion, in terms of positions, to entice the better portion of our youth. We have the best of our youth with us now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm okay as long as they say they have 300. Because when I ask NBI, and NBI is supposed to be the one taking care of our exactly, and they said they are not capable of enforcing the cybersecurity laws that we have. So I'm glad that the Coast Guard has 300 personnel experts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. There any other provisions na kwan? Wala na? Ako naman. Section 13. Yung maximum tenure in office, binibigyan nyo ng fixed term, limited to a maximum tenure of 3 years. Binago na natin to dahil 2 years, right? So 2 years ito. Okay? Now, may I know why you included na magkaroon ng fixed term yung deputy commandant? Section 13.
Sir, in our copy, the
You are referring to the position, not the rank?
may I beg your pardon, sir?
Yung section 13 ninyo, ang nililimit ninyo to 3 years ay yung pag-stay niya sa isang position?
Yes, sir. But it can be deleted, sir, if you may.
Hindi, kasi tatanungin ko sana anong logic nyo rito eh.
This was placed before the fixed term of the commandant was inputted, sir. So napag-iwanan po ito.
So how do you, kasi yung nakikita ko, it is not congruent to yung 2-year na provision ninyo eh. Kaya ko tinatanong.
Yes, sir, it is incongruent. That's why may delete it, sir.
Mr. Chair, what is the stand of the chairman of the TWG?
Yes, I agree, Mr. Chair, that considering the amendment from 3 to 2 years, we have to delete or not include the deputy commandant and functional service.
The OTR? Or do you agree also with that? That section 13 be omitted?
Yes, Mr. Chair. If I may, Mr. Chair, actually, looking at the provision, it appears that it's not quite on fixing the term, but only imposing.
Position.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and imposing a maximum. As mentioned by the commandant, Mr. Chair, this was lifted from the wording of RA 993, and it just included the deputy commandant and the functional service commanders. But Mr. Chair, I think as an improvement, we can also explore fixing the term of the commandant, as has been done in the armed forces, and probably
Meron na, 2
Yes,
years.
Mr. Chair.
Fixed term.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just like the chief of the Philippine National Police.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Hindi.
Mr. Chair. If I,
Wala na. Yes.
yes, very quick one, Mr. Chair. Request clarification if it is maximum term for the commandant or fixed term, 2 years.
Fixed term of 2
Yes,
years.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes,
Di ba nandito? Yun naman ang input ko dun sa amendment na yun.
may 110 lang po kasi na fixed. So,
Di ba sabi ko section 4 which pertains to the PCG commandant on the maximum term of commandant replace the phrase 3 years or upon reaching the age of 56 whichever comes earlier to 2 years or upon reaching the age of 57 whichever comes earlier. Yun yung amendment na ginawa ninyo eh. Would you like to amend that?
This is very petty, Mr. Chair. In our copy, the commandant shall have a maximum term of 2 years. Tapos may naka-cross out po na fixed. If we can use the word fixed instead of maximum, Mr. Chair. So to read, the commandant shall have a fixed term of 2 years or upon reaching the age of 57, whichever comes earlier.
No
Mr.
problem
Chair.
with me. Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Kasi kayo ang nagkuha nito sa amendments.
So you would want to
It will be considered yung 2 years niya as a fixed term.
fix them. Instead of fix them.
And no other officer of the Coast Guard will have a fixed term. Kasi it will cause demoralization.
Sir, whichever comes later po pala. Kasi hindi niya patapos yung 2 years kung matanda na siya.
Yun nga yung nangyayari din sa ibang service iho meron ngang nade-designate na kwan. For example, the head of the Philippine Air Force, yung retirement age niya, kung tutuusin, dapat magsilbi siya. Kaso magre-retire siya na mas maaga because of that fixed term. 57 years old ang kwan ng AFP. Magre-retire sana siya upon the age of 57. But he was designated as the head of the Air Force earlier. Kaya magre-retire siya before the age of 57. Kasi bata siya na kwan. Under the law of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, 3 years lang yung kanilang term of office.
Thank you, sir. Sir, what if he is appointed by the time he is 56 na po?
Kung sa
No, 50.
ikaw,
Okay, sir.
if you're
Yes, we will do our-
age 56, you will serve 2 years. Even if you're appointed PCG commandant at age 57, yung hindi ka pa umaabot sa 57, you will serve for 2 years. That is the meaning of the fixed term of 2 years. Just like the AFP and the PNP.
Yes, sir. So,
How old are you?
I'm 55, sir.
Oh, so with this, if this will be passed, di magiging 57, hindi ka magre-retire sa 56. 57 ka.
Yes, sir. But I'm concerned of the others.
Ganun na nga. Pero
Yes, sir.
that is the import of this provision.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We submit to the wisdom of the chairman, which we have already.
Kasi ginawa na namin
understood.
ito
Yes,
sa
sir.
AFP at saka sa PNP.
Yes, Thank you, sir.
Yung 57 at saka yung fixed terms.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Oh,
Thank you.
sinunod nyo yung PNP na 2 years lang.
Yes, sir.
Sa AFP, 3 taon ang batas.
The reason being, at least mayroong one full budget cycle na.
Na i-avail nung
Yes, sir.
head.
Opo.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
I do not have any issue, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. So with the permission of the body, may subject to the compliance of the PCG on the directives of the committee for purposes of introducing the necessary amendments in the plenary, I move that we approve the substitute bill with the amendments that as proposed by the committees on Ways and Means and the committees on appropriation, and that those amendments that we also earlier manifested, and to approve the accompanying committee report to include the PCG modernization bills with the consent of the authors. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? There's a motion to approve the substitute bill as amended in the accompanying committee report subject to the amendments agreed upon and subject to style. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Honorable Madrona is now approved.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I also move that those present be included as co-authors of this bill, including those who attended the committees on Ways and Means and the committees on Appropriation. I so move.
Any second?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to manifest that I will not co-author this bill and I will just manifest my co-authorship after the plenary debates and amendments in the for second reading, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Noted. There's a motion that we include all those members present in this committee and the committees of Ways and Means and Appropriations to be considered as authors of this bill. Is there any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair. Finally, I move that all measures pertaining to the same subject matter that are pending or may hereinafter be referred to the committee be included in the committee report. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? There's a motion to include all matters pertaining to this bill to be included insofar as this bill is concerned. Do I hear any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair,
COMSEC, please take note of that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
in behalf of the Philippine Coast Guard, I would want to thank the members of the Honorable Committee on Transportation for approving this. Let's take note that the Philippine Coast Guard really has a very important responsibility to our safety and security in the West Philippine Sea and all the other seas in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Likewise, the committee extends its gratitude to the TWG chairman for steering the passage of this or for the coming up of this substitute bill insofar as the Coast Guard is concerned, and we congratulate also the Philippine Coast Guard. Five-minute suspension so that the Philippine Coast Guard can leave already. So that, sure, why not? That's why we are going to have a 5-minute suspension. You know, hearing the committee hearing is suspended for 5 minutes.
Wala naman sir siya na yun. Si BLTC, asset bilitas, wala naman sa
Hindi, wala pang DOJ.
wala din yun. Kaya sakto lang may lipat na sila.
Hindi ko nasasabihin ito. Ito.
Wala si Asik Benitez. Wala sir.
Hearing is resumed. With the indulgence of the members of this committee, we move to the third item first. Because the authors are present already. In the last meeting, we deferred our discussion pending the submission of the official positions of the Department of the Interior and Local Government and the Department of Justice, who posed reservations on the measure. May we know, COMSEC, if the said agencies have already submitted to the committee their official positions on the measure?
Mr. Chair, for the record, only the DILG have submitted their position, Mr. Chair. The DILG.
The DILG. I think DILG
Mr. Chair,
is represented today. DILG? Yes.
Last time, ASEC Benitez informed this honorable committee chair that we will submit. I'm here. I'll check with the.
No. You said we have received already. I have read already the position of the DILG.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, COMSEC may know if DOJ has already submitted their position paper because wala akong nababasa ang position paper ng DOJ. Are they present today?
Mr. Chair, permission to speak, sir.
Yes.
Apologies for the department, sir. It's currently for signature before we can release the official comment of the department, sir.
Okay. So, kung mag-submit po kayo ng position paper niyo, makikita na lang namin yan sa April 29. That's when we come back from our leave. Tama?
Apologies po,
Hindi.
Mr. Chair.
Tama ba?
Yes po, sir.
Kasi unless we're authorized by our leadership to conduct committee hearings during the break, we cannot do so. So, kindly submit that before April 29. Ano?
Will do po. It's already for signature of the secretary, sir.
Thank you. Now, in order for us to expedite our proceedings on this matter, may we know if the authors are amenable to use as reference bill the Senate version, which is now pending on second reading in the Senate? Kong Wowo, would you be amenable to that? that we make use of this Senate version of this bill?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, I will be moving for a motion that together with my co-author,
Yeah,
Jam Baronda,
yes.
that the current version of the Senate on the proposed bill, which is pending on second reading, be made as a reference bill in the crafting of a substitute bill by this committee, Mr. Chair. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we approve that motion of the Honorable Fortes, I assume that the relevant agencies and stakeholders were also invited during the hearings in the Senate before the bill was approved by the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, jointly with the Senate Committee on Public Services. So, kung sino man yung mga na-invita doon, nandito na rin sila ngayon. So, do I hear any second to the motion of the Honorable Fortes? There's a motion to use as reference bill the Senate version insofar as amendments to Republic Act 11235 are concerned, to be used as the substitute bill for the two bills filed by the Honorable Fortes and Honorable Baronda. Is there any objection to such motion? Hearing none, the motion is approved. So, in the next hearing, we will already make use of the Senate version as the substitute bill of this House committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members of this committee.
Thank you. So, we move to the next item, the continuation of the deliberation on the proposed Motorcycles for Hire Act. COMSEC, please inform the body where we are insofar as this bill is concerned.
Mr. Chair, we stopped at section 13 last time during our last meeting, Mr. Chair. So we're on section 14.
13. Fair setting. Oh, is there any issue insofar as fair setting is concerned?
Yes, yes.
Section 14. 14 or 13?
14.
14? Section 14 pala. Processing of personal data. The provision says any processing, collection, use, and or storage of personal information and sensitive personal information involved in the registration or accreditation of motorcycles for hire, digital bookings, and other requirements under this act shall be made in accordance with the provisions of Republic Act number 10173, otherwise known as the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Do we have any comments or issues insofar as this section is concerned?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, ASEC bodies recognized.
Consistent with the request of the committee chairman in the last hearing.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, consistent with the request and of the committee last hearing, we have written the Committee on Transportation a report on proposed provisions, specifically in Section 8C. Would this be tackled at a later time, Mr. Chair, or would it be tackled now at this time? Because you requested us to file our comment. And
Insofar as Section 14 is concerned?
No, I was for 14, no comment, Mr.
No
Chair.
comment. Your comment is on?
Section 8C, which you requested this representation to file our comment on proposed changes. I would just like to call the attention of the good chair if this would be tackled now or if this would just be inserted.
Sige, you come up with your version already.
Yes, we did, Mr. Chair. In fact, we submitted one to your good office.
Okay.
Permission to approach if you don't have a copy, I can furnish you with one right now,
Meron,
Mr.
meron.
Chair.
Galing sa inyo, LTFRB. Dated March 19, 2024.
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
I have it.
That would
So
be.
what is your, could you read for the benefit of the members of this committee and the resource persons? Can you read your proposal?
For Section 8C, we propose amendments in the wordings to read as follows, and I quote, motorcycles for hire operating under an OEPP. Motorcycles for hire operating under an OEPP shall be regulated by the LTFRB in accordance with its mandate to issue Certificate of Public Convenience or CPC subject to the compliance with the requirements provided under the applicable provisions of this act. That is our proposal for the wordings of Section 8C, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Asek. Any comments from the other resource persons, the private stakeholders? Ang amendment ni Asek Guadis for Section 8C is motorcycles for hire operating under an OEPP. Motorcycles for hire operating under an OEPP shall be regulated by the LTFRB in accordance with its mandate to issue Certificate of Public Convenience, subject to the compliance with the requirements provided under the applicable provisions of this Act. The private stakeholders, do you have any issue insofar as this amendment is concerned? Say your piece, otherwise.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, please identify yourself.
Assistant Secretary Renato Paraiso from the DICT. Your
Okay.
Honor. Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have no objection to the proposed language proposed by the LTFRB, but we make our reservations to that because the definition of an OEPP is so broad that it would include and encompass messenger services, which is now being regulated by the DICT, that we make certain exceptions to the proposed language of as proposed by the good chairman of the LTFRB, Mr. Chair.
And what would your proposal be?
Somewhat to the effect that it would exclude those already regulated by the specific government agencies, Mr. Chair. We would submit our proposed language, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Were you not part of the was the ICT not part of the technical working group? Because this should have been tackled by the technical working group.
Mr. Chair, I believe from my consultation, the ICT is not part of the technical working group, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, are you present last hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
O, di ba napag-usapan natin to na we'll get the language from LTFRB? Pumayag na po kayo doon, di ba?
The ICT.
Kaya nga.
Oh.
Yes,
Kasi as far as I remember, during the deliberation with regards to Section 8C, binigay po natin sa LTFRB na, di ba? Now, ito ngayon yung language na gustong input ng ng LTFRB. Now, ano pong specific dito?
Mr. Chair, as proposed by the LTFRB just now, Mr. Chair, the language is just being proposed.
Because they were given the task to recommend a language favorable to the LTFRB that was as far as I understand, yun yung common understanding during the previous hearing na LTFRB na yung regulation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to qualify my reservations. If the purpose of that language as proposed by the LTFRB is simply for the registration of the vehicles, we have no objection, Mr. Chair. Our reservation only is when it comes to the regulations of the online platforms, e-franchises platforms, Mr. Chair.
Wala naman kaming objection dun eh. Na yung online platform would be under the jurisdiction of the ICT. Pero yung mga riders and their motorcycles will be under the jurisdiction of LTFRB. Yun yung understanding natin last hearing.
But in that case, Mr. Chair, we withdraw our objection, Mr. Chair, but our reservation still stands that, when it comes to OEPPs, it must be, if the language is so broad that it should include an indication that there are, yes, Mr. Chair.
If we put into law that even the apps would be under the jurisdiction of LTFRB, we can do that. Kasi yun nga yung aking position eh. Wala namang nasususpend na apps dahil sa katarantaduhan eh. Yung ang position ko from the very, very start. Pero since yung authors, ito ang gusto nila and being the chairman, nasa gitna lang ako. Pero if you ask me personally, I would transfer the control of the apps to the LTFRB insofar as this subject is concerned.
Therefore, Mr. Chair, we would submit to the wisdom of this committee and the legislators, Mr. Chair.
Yes. At saka, huwag mong i-insinuate na kami ang nagkamali dito. Kasi major stakeholders kayo eh, from the government. For all intents and purposes, may invite at may invite kayo.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, that was never the intention, Mr. Chair. And if that was the feelings of the chair and the body, we apologize, Mr. Chair.
Ay, kasi binulungan ako ng COMSEC na kwan eh. Naiimbita naman kayo eh.
Mr. Chair, we would like to clarify if that was a part of the technical working group or the invitation was towards the MCH, Mr. Chair.
Ang invitation is nanggagaling sa technical working group dahil hindi
Mr. Chair, we would just approach the committee secretary for the clarifications, Mr. Chair, for purposes of so we won't waste the time of this committee, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That leaves any objection from the members of the committee on so far as the amendment of proposed by the LTFRB is concerned?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
and as far as the TWG is concerned, and considering our concerns that the motorcycles for hire operation should be handled by the LTFRB, we believe that this proposed amendment would settle the matter. But this is also to state, Mr. Chair, that we are open to any other definition that the DICT might have in their reservation for our consideration lang, Mr. Chair. That's after. But as it stands right now, I think we're okay with this definition, Mr. Chair.
The ICT. If you have any concern insofar as the definition of OEPP is concerned, kindly submit so after this or anytime after this hearing.
We would comply with exigency, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And if you have a rewording insofar as the amendment of LTFRB is concerned, could you please submit it also?
We will comply, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before we finalize the substitute bill for its report to the plenary.
Thank you. We would comply, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anything else, Asek Wadis?
Nothing more, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we go to section 15 if there's no issue insofar as meron pa? Oh, do you have any issue as far as section 13 is
Yung
concerned?
fair sitting, di ba?
Mr. Chair, that is just our comment on the fare setting, which we can probably put into the IRR, Mr. Chair. But we submit to the good judgment of the chair. This is just our comment that in so far as the setting of the fare, the following matters should be considered: fuel prices,
The
lead
basis,
analysis. Yes,
the
yes.
basis of your computation of the fare.
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, which I believe can be tackled in the implementing rules and regulations, unless the chair would want to incorporate this as part of the law itself.
In your basis, is there included the supply and demand? Because the supply and demand will affect the fare. Is that part of your basis?
No, Mr. Chair, we did not factor the supply and demand.
If there are several competitors in the market, will it not affect your fare?
Yes, it will, Mr. Chair, as in fact in our TNVS, we factored that one in the determination of the fare, but we did not include it in the motorcycle taxi, Mr. Chair.
May I know why?
Supply and demand.
Pwede na sabihin, sir, is when factoring yung mga ganong yung supply and demand, pwede natin i-refer yan sa this is the analysis. We will rely on the net analysis.
Mr. Chair, we will just be relying on the NEDA analysis for the factoring of the fare. That is the one of the things that I considered when I placed my comment in here. Although on the hindsight, Mr. Chair, I believe that in the TNVS, they have what we call the algorithm where the fares are increased whenever there is a heavy traffic. We can do that likewise, but since it's so technical, we believe that it can be placed in the IRR to put more flexibility to those who are enforcing the rules instead of going to the Congress every time they feel there is a need to adjust the algorithm.
Any comments from these private stakeholders? Kayo maapektuhan nito dahil determination of fare to eh. You agree with the determinants given by the LTFRB insofar as fares for motorcycle taxis for hire are concerned? Okay lang kayo? Let it not be said na hindi ko tinanong yung inyong positions dito. Yes, Asek Badis.
Mr. Chair, I believe I apologize, but the supply and demand is here when we talk of the surge price, which is found in the second part of the report. Surge price means the supply and demand.
Okay.
My apologies. Yes, it's here, Mr. Chair. When we talk of the surge price, which the TNVS or the TNCs are currently using, it is reflected in our comment, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, walang comments sa private sector? Wala. Okay. Thank you. Then, we go now to Section 15, liabilities for death, injuries, or damage to property. The operator and or the MTPP providing the digital platform at the time when the death, injury, or damage to property occurred in the course of operating a motorcycle for hire shall be jointly and solidarily liable with rights of subrogation against any party at fault, provided that the liability of the MTPP shall not exceed the amount of the insurance cover of the operator. Pag-isipan nyo maigi. Habang nag-iisip kayo, let me recognize the presence of the Honorable Augustina Dominic Dichetina Pancho, representing the 2nd District Province of Bulacan. Magandang hapon po. Any comments
Mr. Chair.
from the public sector? Kayo, public.
Mr. Chair, number one, we totally support the provision in section 15. However, we would like to include certain words or a subparagraph to section 15 to distinguish the liability of the MTPP as regards to its accredited riders and with regards to the passengers. And may I quote that provision, Mr. Chair, if you
Yes,
so allow
you
me?
should for the benefit of the private stakeholders.
Okay, the second paragraph to section 15 would read as follows, and I quote, MTPPs and OEPPs shall be responsible for the insurance coverage of all its accredited riders. On the other hand, for the protection of the passengers and or goods, all operators riders prior to their operation as motorcycle for hire shall secure a personal passenger accident insurance, including third-party liability insurance. That's
That's the position of
that's
the
our
OTR.
position, which
Okay.
means there should be an insurance for the rider, there should be an insurance for the passenger, there should be an insurance in the event that the rider is involved in a road crash and a third party has been damaged. So tatlo pong klaseng insurance yan, Mr. Chair.
I understand.
We submit, Mr. Chair.
Any comments from the members of this committee?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, the Honorable Gutierrez is recognized.
Mr. Chair, in the last hearing, this representation made a manifestation that we wanted to include insurance under, I believe, section 9 or 11. But given that the LTFRB has now submitted an alternative that insurance coverage be considered under section 15, I am more amenable to supporting this version, Mr. Chair. So with that, I would like to consider I would support the move that we would include this subparagraph of section 15, and then I would retract my proposed amendments to section 9 with the committee secretary regarding insurance, Mr. Chair.
Section 9 deals with the requirements for the grant of a franchise or certificate of public convenience. So I think it would be better be placed under section 15.
Agreed, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. From the private sector, any comments on the amendment or the addition of the LTFRB?
If Your Honor, please.
Yes, please identify yourself
Mr.
and
Chairman.
the company you represent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Noli Iyala from Joyride. Well, we have no objection to the proposal of the Honorable Chairman of the LTFRB insofar as the new paragraph has been added to section 15. Although we take note, Your Honor, that section 9 already includes a sub-provision, letter E, about the insurance coverage for the death of or injury suffered by the rider, passenger, or any third party, or damage or property by reason or on occasion of its operation. So perhaps there may be reference to this particular provision if that additional paragraph will be added, Your Honor.
Congressman Gutierrez, I think that was your point a while ago. Please answer the query of Mr. Ayala.
Yes, Mr.
Ayala.
Chair. Just to reiterate po, what we mentioned earlier is that this representation made a manifestation for amendment for section 9 to have that as basis. But given the the proposed amendment by LTFRB, we're more amenable to considering that as being the provision that would require insurance. However, this does not mean that we would be taking this out from section 9, because this could still be considered as a requirement of insurance for the requirement for the grant of a franchise or CPC. So the section 9 will just outline that this is a requirement, but section 15 talks more about the liability and the responsibilities attached thereto. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, in addition to my comments, again, we have already submitted this, and I'm sure the Honorable TWG has already considered our comments dated December 16, 2022, to the Honorable Chairman, Congressman Acop. Insofar as the joint and several liabilities that have been imposed on the MTPP, let me just put it on record and just reiterate our position that we believe that the MTPP should be spared of the joint and several liability, considering the nature of the relationship between the MTPPs and the operator riders, wherein the sole obligation of the MTPP, well, not the sole, but the principal obligation, Your Honor, is to match passengers and to maintain a platform, a digital platform for this particular service. The MTPPs do not have any control over the manner by which riders operate their vehicles, unlike the traditional modes of transportation, particularly the taxi service, which carry garages and which have relationships between the franchisees or the operators and their drivers. We believe that the joint and several liability can already be covered by the requirement of insurance that has been placed in the substitute bill. And if there is a real concern about imposing solidarity liability, it's probably because of the risk of the lack of financial capacity on the part of the operator and the rider to pay damages. But since this is a requirement under the bill, we believe this has been addressed by the foregoing bill. We strongly urge the revision of the bill to exclude the TNCs from the MTPPs from the liabilities. But again, as I had mentioned respectfully, Your Honor, we understand that this may have been already considered since we submitted our position paper as early as 2022. So just to put it on record, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I agree with Chairman Guadis that we have to specify the liabilities of all parties concerned, the OEPP, the MTPP, even the rider, the passenger, and of course the damage to property, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ayala, the MTPP would be earning out of these operations, right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Why should they not be liable?
We are not saying that we should not. We are saying, Your Honor, that if the act that caused the liability, Your Honor, is solely on the part of the rider, then we certainly do not have control over this. But if this is with regard to the use of our platform, with regard to the vetting process that has happened by virtue of the requirements of the LTFRB, then definitely the MTPPs have participation. But in terms of the operation of the vehicle, as well as the operation of the actual ride itself, the MTPPs do not have any control over the way this is handled. Perhaps, Your Honor, we also would like to see clarification, at least insofar as the liability is concerned, whether to also specify that this is a civil liability, Your Honor, and without any prejudice to the filing of any criminal liabilities, if there is any basis, Your Honor.
If you read Section 15, the first paragraph, you're awarded or you're given the right of subrogation against any party at fault. Would that be enough? Would that not be enough?
Well, yes, Your Honor. Obviously, under the terms of this substitute bill, this is the remedy that is given to the MTPPs. It is really more of the general idea that MTPPs are held jointly and severally liable. But if this is the wisdom of the TWG as well as this committee, Your Honor, certainly this subjugation right is something that, and of course the limitation on the liability, which is also provided by the bill, will answer for it. But again, Your Honor, respectfully, we just wanted to bring that up as part of the position of our company.
We're trying to be specific insofar as this coverage is concerned, insofar as liabilities. Kasi kawawa naman yung passenger eh. Paano mo sisingilin yung rider kung namatay yung rider mo, ay yung passenger mo? Ano? As I've stated, in my case, binangga ako ng service provider ng ano yun? Food Panda. Hindi ko naman mahabol yung driver ng kwan dahil wala siyang pera eh. Kahit na anong laki yung damage niya sa aking sasakyan. Yun nga ang dahilan bakit tinitignan ko ngayon ito eh. Bill na ito. Kasi I had no recourse. Dahil walang batas na magsasabi na pwede kong habulin yung provider, ay yung apps provider. So insofar as this chair is concerned, to be transparent, ako gusto ko yung position ni Secretary Asek Guadis. Kasi kawawa talaga yung tao eh. You must remember na in doing such, in coming with these provisions, para magtanda rin yung rider. Di ba? Kasi I do not see any reason why hindi natin maging liable din yung apps provider dahil kumikita siya eh. Kumikita siya rito sa operations na ito.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If Your Honor, please.
Mr.
Actually,
Chair.
sir, sa kasalukuyan, sir, already provide insurance for our riders as well as passengers for death as well as for accident. But for yung mga banggahong ganun, covered ho yun. Pero again, paminsan ho kasi yung mga riders hindi ho nasa sa in the course of their job as delivering or transporting passengers. So again, Your Honor, kami po, we have no objection, of course, to the imposition of penalties if indeed our riders, because we have actually already gotten insurance for our riders. Ang ano lang ho namin talaga was the position on the joint and several liabilities insofar as it is not in the course of the obligation of our riders to deliver or to transport passengers, Your Honor.
Kasi ang basis ninyo na hindi liable yung MEPP is that you do not have control in the acts. Pero kumikita kayo sa ginagawa ng mga rider. Di ba? And kung may mangyaring aksidente, ibig sabihin, libre kayo? Hindi pa pwede yun.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized to add to this point?
Is that in relation to the issue at hand?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, to give perspective, in the case of the ICT, when it comes to the messenger services, Mr. Chair, we do not totally agree with the fact that they do not have control. The providers do not have control over the motorcycle riders. In fact, they are the ones who would certify and would hire their riders. In this particular, at least in our case, there even exists a fact that one rider would serve and as a rider for multiple platforms, Mr. Chair. So, yes, Mr. Chair. So again, maybe to give perspective that the only way we can address that particular fact, and I do sympathize with the operators and the messenger providers, is to come up with a system, an auditing system to really identify. You govern, you regulate both the operators and the riders, and you identify at what particular point a transaction or an accident would occur. That's the only way, Mr. Chair. Other than that, I do agree with the provisions and as provided by the Honorable Chairman of the LTFRB that solidarity liability should be placed with the MPPs as well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, from the private sector.
John J. Chan po, Your Honor, from Rider Centro. I would like to manifest the support on the earlier statement that the MTPP or OEPP should not be spared of the in the liability. Una po, Mr. Chair, this platform companies or these systems is I could say it is the latest iteration of labor exploitation in a way that the liability of the employers or the company ay nawawala na. Kung titignan po natin na basic sa mga basic labor standards na kung saan may liability talaga yung mga employers. Pero sa mga ganito po kasi mga platform ay nawawala na halos. Una, inaalis nga po nilang pilit yung employer-employee relationship. Pangalawa, hindi na rin, naalis na rin yung mga basic na labor benefits at ngayon pati liability maalis na rin. So Mr. Chair, I suggest na tama po na wag alisin yung liability ng MTPP and OEPP para hindi po ito mag-set ng bad precedents to future legislation and also to future systems na pwede mangyari due to technological advancement. So yun po, Mr. Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you. I would rather view this as a caution to the apps operators na to select their riders properly. Yun ang aking view insofar as this point is concerned. Okay? Para pipiliin na nung apps yung mga riders nila. Ngayon, kung palagi na aksidente yung rider, then that's up to them. So, any other issue insofar as Section 15 is concerned?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Sa Section 15 po, as regards to mentioned din earlier sa may insurance naman po, I guess dapat po maging malinaw din sa provision yung magiging coverage ng insurance. Yes, meron po mga insurance, yung mga MTPP natin and OEPP. But the question is, ano po yung exact coverage ng insurance? To share that rin, Mr. Chair, earlier this month on March 6, it happens na yung kapatid ko ay passenger ng isa sa mga MTPP. At nangyari ay nagkaroon ng isang aksidente na kung saan ay na-injured yung aking kapatid. Ngayon, ang sinuggest ko doon ay i-report sa company para ma-providean yung insurance. And it appears up until this day ay wala pa rin pong response na matino yung company na to para ma-address yung insurance. Kaya nga questionable, ano ba talaga yung covered ng insurance nila? Second, doon po sa mga dialogue doon sa passenger na yon na aksidente, ipinipilit ng isang company na ito na dinidiscourage pa, Mr. Chair, na i-push yung insurance kasi daw matagal, etc. And sinuggest na financial assistance na lang daw po ang bigay. And nung pumunta yung staff ng company na to sa passenger na aksidente, ay nagpapapirma pa po, Mr. Chair, ng blankong acknowledgement receipt by which hindi po ni-receive nung kapatid ko na pasahero nun. So I guess dapat po maging malinaw kung ano po ba ang coverage ng insurance, and we suggest na dapat covered po ng insurance in relation to Section 15 yung lost wages po. Kasi as of the moment, ang sinasabi ng mga company ay medical reimbursement lang, which is hindi po talaga siya comprehensive in reality dahil alam naman po natin na karamihan po ng mga rider natin, even the passenger, ay kailangan pa natin obligahin na mag-abono para dito. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I answer in your behalf? Because I believe that has been answered already by Section 15, the proposed Section 15.
No, I will not agree that you will answer in my behalf. Baka iba yung sagot ko kasi. So,
may I just answer in support of subparagraph 15? I'm sorry, I
mo
will
yung isip ko kasi asek eh. We may have different views and so far as the issue of the good gentleman is concerned. So, Sarili mo lang yon. I have my own...
I apologize for, but may I answer in support of section
yes.
subparagraph of section 15? Because that is exactly what the subparagraph of section 15 tends to answer. An insurance for the passenger, which is called the personal passenger accident insurance. Pag may nabangga ka, third-party liability insurance, and also an insurance for the accredited drivers. This is exactly what the law tends to address to the issue being raised by the good gentleman, Mr. Chair. That is my response to that query.
I agree to your explanation. And I would like to add, Iho, na hindi naman namin, sa paggawa namin po ng batas, hindi namin kinakanalize yung mga ahensya. Kaya nga sa protocol, nire-require na pag may ginawa kaming batas, ay nire-require namin yung mga implementing agencies to come up with implementing rules and regulations. Ang rule namin dito is hindi namin sila hinihigpitan doon. Binibigyan namin sila ng flexibility. So yung issue mo, Iho, kung anong specific insurance, it may be covered under the implementing rules and regulations na itatayo po ng DOTR. Maliwanag po siguro. Yes, may sabihin ka pa? Ayo, you were raising your hand.
Yes. Doon na lang po sa may last na lang po, in response din po doon sa sinabi po ng LTFRB. Although we agree na na maganda po yung proposal, however, we suggest that any other insurance other than CTPL should be covered by MTPP and OEPP. Again, Mr. Chair, ito pong mga proposal na ito ay magiging dagdag pa po sa burden ng mga rider na kung saan may problema rin po ngayon sa fare setting.
Hindi, tatlo nga yung insurance na i-handle ng MEPP o EPP. Di ba? Hindi mo narinig yung, tagalogin mo na nga kwan, ASIC Wadis yung kwan.
Sir, tatlo pong klase ng insurance ang i-require po natin sa MTPP providers. Una para sa rider, which for the accredited rider. Pangalawa, yun pong posibleng madanyo sa niya along the way, which is what we call the third-party liability insurance. Ito po yung TPL, pag may nabangga siya o pag may nadanyo siyang mga gamit along the way. And of course, kung may pasahero siya, we have what we call the personal passenger accident insurance. We call this PPI. This is very common now among the common carriers po. Nire-require po namin ito sa mga buses, jeeps, taxis, which we will now require to the motorcycle taxi since they will now assume the personality of a common carrier. So tatlo po yan na klaseng insurance. Depende po sa pangangailangan ng panahon. We submit, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
The Honorable Gutierrez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, we understand the accident brought up by the resource person is under the pilot study pa rin, but we're now working on yung possible ano natin sa MC Taxi. Mr. Chair, I just like to ask, I just had to make that clarification kasi practice right now to what we are proposing for the Motorcycle for Hire Act. But with that said, Mr. Chair, I am curious. I would like to ask the LTFRB, given the paragraph section 15, we mentioned that there would be 3 insurances, but I only see 2 particularly named. I apologize. I'm not so familiar with this field, but as it is currently worded, will this now include, you mentioned it would include the riders, and I understand that's usually called a comprehensive insurance, I think. Would that be considered under the PPI or the TPL? It's part of the PPI.
Iba po, sir. Yung PPI or what we call personal passenger accident insurance para
Pasahero
po sa pasahero po yon. Meron din pong insurance sa accredited drivers po. Ngayon, kung yung driver na yun may nabangga siya along the way or may
TPL.
that's the TPL naman po, third party liability insurance. So tatlo po yun, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, with that said, I think yung subparagraph kulang po ng isang insurance, no? Dun sa accredited rider. we need yung accredited rider na yung for the rider itself. We mentioned that they in the concept of the LTFRB, they will be covered by insurance, but as it is currently worded, parang wala pa po yung pangatlo.
We will submit, Mr. Chair, we will reword it to make it, to broaden the coverage based on the law. We submit, Mr. Chair, we will reword the entire subparagraph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one more question, Mr. Chair. On the layman's understanding, if this is to be implemented, this will not leave leeway naman po siguro sa IRR. We were talking about full coverage for all accidents. Is that correct, Mr. Chair? Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Just to have that on the record. Thank you very much for the cooperation of the LTFRB. Thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr.
Pero
Chairman?
kung babasahin natin yung recommendation ni ASEC Guadis, nakalagay naman dito MTPPs and OEPPs shall be responsible for the insurance coverage of all its accredited riders. Number one na insurance. The second insurance would be, on the other hand, for the protection of the passengers and or goods, all operators or riders prior to their operation as motorcycle for hire shall secure a personal passenger accident insurance. Ito yung insurance ng passenger or goods. And the third insurance would be the third-party liability insurance kung may mabangga ka na third party. So there are three insurances covered in this.
Mr. Chair. Apologies. It's just perhaps that I was trying to compare kasi may specific name yung PPAI and may specific name yung TPL. But I do agree with the assessment of the chairman that under the first sentence, broadly interpreted, would already consider accredited rider. So even if we are not to include siguro, I would still be amenable to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I seek clarification as well, Mr. Chairman? Yung pong sinasabi ng LTFRB, these are all going to be taken by the MTPPs. Now, we will be getting that. The rider and the operator will not get or pay for any insurance. Is that all to the account of the MTPP?
As it is worded, yes.
Tama, yes, sir. Now, question, sir. Since there is multi-homing and a rider can transfer from one MTPP to another, can more multi-homing? Okay. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, just to clarify, I believe the last time we considered multi-homing, it's only one MTPP and one OEPP.
All right. Thank
So
you.
while we do understand, but we wanted, for the record again, we wanted to multi-home, but given the technical restrictions that we have right now, we would have to rely on one MTPP, one OEPP. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other issue insofar as Section 15 is concerned? Wala na?
None for that provision, Mr. Chair.
Tapos na eh. Tapos na kayo eh, di ba? Ikaw nga nag-provide nung subparagraph.
Noted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Let's go to Section 17. Enforcement. To ensure the safe and secure operation of motorcycles for hire, the LTO shall deputize local government units and other relevant government agencies to assist in the enforcement of traffic rules and regulations and to monitor strict compliance with the provisions of this Act, particularly on the observance of carrying capacity and speed limits. The LTO shall establish a centralized database to ensure the accurate recording of violations and road crashes involving motorcycles for hire for the purpose of applying the penalties as well as other sanctions under this Act. It shall publish quarterly and annual reports of such data on its website, which shall be accessible to the public. Consistent with its mandate under Republic Act number 7924, the MMDA shall continue to exercise its traffic enforcement functions within Metro Manila made known to the latter acts detrimental to safety and security and other reasonable or valid grounds. So any issue here from the government sector?
May I be recognized again, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
On page 9 of the provision, this is the second paragraph, which is line 7 to line 9. We request for a rewording to reflect also the participation of the LTFRB in the motorcycle taxi
Okay.
for hire.
What is your rewarding?
It shall read as follows and we quote, enforcement of all franchise-related violations, particularly on the terms and conditions of certificate of public convenience and colorum violation shall be vested with the LTFRB. It shall have the power to apprehend and impound motorcycles or vehicles operating as colorum. The LTFRB is also empowered to dispose and redeem motorcycles and vehicles in accordance with the existing laws, rules, and regulations. Unquote. Mr. Chair, my explanatory note is since we are tasked with the power of implementing this, regulating this, and accrediting its riders, it is an adjunct power of the LTFRB to our judgment to also enforce the rules which it is mandated to implement under this law. We submit, Mr. Chair.
Okay. From the private stakeholders, any comments? To the ICT, you want?
Mr. Chair, while we do agree with the proposal of the Honorable Chairman of the LTFRB, it is worthy to note that it is, the law not only recognizes the franchise given by the LTFRB, but other regulatory agencies as well. Specifically the ICT when it comes to PMEDES operators. That's why we would support the proposal of the good chairman of the LTFRB. However, we would want to include that the wording that not only franchises but also authorities of other regulatory bodies be included, as well as when it comes to the enforcement is when it comes to LTFRB and other appropriate regulatory agencies, Your Honor.
May I know the reason why?
Mr. Chair, in our particular case, the DICT exercises regulatory powers over PMEDES operators, which also operates motorcycle riders, which also hire motorcycle riders, Your Honor.
So you want to have a peace insofar as the power is concerned?
I think it would be consistent with the mandate of the DIC.
Sinasagot eh. Ang question ko is, you want a piece of the power na gusto ng LTFRB?
To answer plainly, Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Chair, for us to effectively enforce our regulatory powers, Mr. Chair.
So how would you reword or include your amendment to this?
Mr. Chair, as we would take into consideration the proposal of the chairman of the LTFRB, but when it comes to line 7, it would not only be franchise, but also, for example, in the ICT's case, we provide authorities to operate to PMEDES operators, Your Honor. So franchise and authorities. And when it comes to
Saan mo ilalagay na linya, iho?
Line
You
7.
must remember na nasa substitute bill na tayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
Line 7, Your Honor. All violations related to the terms and conditions of the ICT, Your Honor, to include the word authority.
All violations related to the terms and conditions of franchise
And authorities, Your Honor, given by all related regulatory agencies, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. Because I think even now it's confusing because I may be mistaken. I don't know if Asek Paraiso says he was here in the last hearing, but I particularly remember, I think it was the gentleman behind you who was answering our queries.
So nalilito po kami kasi at that time there was no objection to having the regulation of the ICT limited to the app, and then what we are now considering is the CPC or the franchise issues regarding the motorcycle for hire, which we believe has been settled by Section 8C as proposed by LTFRB. So, I mean, if the DICT insists on having authority over the PEMEDES and only the app, kasi I remember particularly the gentleman prior explained that the DICT regulation begins and ends with the app, but pag delivery, nandun na po yun sa motorcycle for hire. So is there, can the good ASEC probably explain to this body how this would be in conflict with current regulations on PEMEDES? Perhaps a more practical example of the from booking to delivery, kasi po it was explained that not all operators are PEMEDES kasi minsan may private, not all PEMEDES operators make use of motorcycle for hire. Tama po. So not in that case, would it make sense for the ICT to want to be included here when not all of their PEMEDES have motorcycles for hire? Because I believe what we're particularly, although the OEPPs might concern some PEMEDES operators, not all PEMEDES operators have motorcycles for hire. I mean, I don't know if it's coming clear, no? But there are some cases where it would not be considered. So if they have their own jurisdictions, may we know, for example, how this might be in conflict with this substitute bill as worded? Mr. Chair, to answer the query of the good Representative Gutierrez, this particular case, you're right that we with the LTFRB share some commonalities when it comes to motorcycle riders. They are the ones who are regulating the common carriers, while if the motorcycle rider acts as a delivery service, as a parcel delivery service, that is within the purview and jurisdiction of the DICT, Your Honor. Go ahead. Thank you. Allow me to cut you short, sir. No, Mr. ASEC. He mentioned that when it is a common motorcycle rider as common carrier, but that is precisely the definition po natin dito, no, for motorcycle for hire. So, are we saying now that it would now include all? Are you implying that this would now encroach upon PEMEDES? Because can you differentiate? Because as far as we understand, when we have operators delivering common carrier, talagang si LTFRB po. So how do we differentiate carrier under LTFRB versus PEMEDES operators, which to our public, and isn't that what common carriers are? Your Honor, from our understanding, common carriers refers to public conveniences that deliver passengers, not parcels and goods, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, may we get the legal approach to both passengers and goods? In fact, Mr. Chair, I think the only exception I remember was yung sa Geneva for air freight. But generally speaking, common carriers refers to both passenger and goods.
Mr. Chair,
LTFRB.
yes, we would like to call the attention of the good gentleman that even under the civil code, common carrier connotes delivery of passengers and goods. That's why in LTFRB, we try to give franchises to companies like LBC, DHL, because this goes within the purview of our jurisdiction. That is under EO 202 and under the definition of a common carrier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. That is my recollection of the definition of common carrier. So may we ask, Mr. Chair, the DICT to differentiate for us when PEMEDES would come, whether PEMEDES would be encroached upon by common carrier and when would it not be encroached upon? There's a certain, under the existing laws, Your Honor, there are existing dimensions and weights when it comes to the parcels and deliveries. So that's why when you see the DICT's regulations, it refers mainly to what we usually see now when it comes to deliveries of food, small parcels. But when it comes to large dimensions of, and I do agree with the LTFRB, large dimensions when it comes to shipping, it is not within the purview of the DICT anymore, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, so it seems to be that the DICT PEMEDES operators are also common carriers but limited by size. Is that correct? Correct, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just an opinion, of course, with all due respect to the DICT and their current mandates and functions. I think to differentiate by size would be a very hard definition under our law. And if that is based on current law, I think it is high time for us to correct that, because I think we should group all operators under common carrier under one roof. And as we mentioned, if it is the wisdom of Congress, so this committee here now, to make common carriers, at least for motorcycle for hire, under the LTFRB, then I think we should stand on that. And then perhaps, Mr. Chair, a separate bill should now look into DICT and PEMEDES if they are still function, if there is still a function of sorts, given that they are common carriers rin pala po, Mr. Chair.
I've thought of that with my consultants and staff, that insofar as franchises, both shall we say users, implementers or what, should be under LTFRB insofar as common carriers are concerned. Yun ang aking stand. Dinidiscuss na namin yun, na i-amend yung batas, giving authority to the ICT over these apps. Yun ang pinag-aaralan namin. Yun ang, kasi nagkakaroon ng overlapping of jurisdiction tuloy. And it's better to place all this jurisdiction under one entity para alam natin kung sino sisingilin natin. Ganon ang kwan. Thank you. Kung babasahin po natin, DICT yung amendment ng kwan, gusto ng LTFRB alisin yung lines 7 to 9 to be replaced by enforcement of all franchise-related violations, particularly on the terms and conditions of CPC and colorum vehicle violations, shall be vested with the LTFRB. It shall have the power to apprehend and impound motorcycles or vehicles operating as colorum. The LTFRB is also empowered to dispose and redeem motorcycles and vehicles in accordance with existing laws, rules, and regulations. Ano po ang pakialam ng DICT dito sa provision na ito?
Mr. Chair, we already voiced out the previous manifestation of this representation, Mr. Chair. However, if for purposes of more clarity and explanation, we will just include that in our position paper as already ordered by this committee, Mr. Chair. But again, Mr. Chair, we always would humbly submit to the wisdom of this committee, Your Honor.
Kasi, I do not see any line, word, or what na involve ang DICT dito sa amendment ni Asek Guadis eh. Inaalis nga niya yung lines 7 to 9 na gusto niyong dagdagan.
My apologies, Mr. Chair, but from what I heard from the Honorable Chairman of the LTFRB, he wants to broaden the scope to include more powers to the LTFRB for purposes of enforcement of the franchise regulations.
I think you heard it wrong. Ang gusto ni Asek Guadis is yung lines 7 to 9, which you are referring to, yung all violations related to the terms and conditions of the franchise, gusto niyang palitan nung binasa ko. Yung binasa ko, wala namang connection sa DICT.
Then, if
do you have a copy of the amendment of Asek Guadis? And so far as line 7 to 9 of section 17.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. We do not have the copy of the proposal.
Kaya pala, hindi tayo magkaintindihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Binasa ko na rin eh.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just a comment for this representation on the proposed amendment by the LTFRB. If we are settled already on the DICT issue, Mr. Chair. On the proposed amendment to line 7 to 9, I think this representation is amenable to any rewording that would actually vest power in the LTFRB as the primary agency, as they would request, in reference na lang po as support yung LTO, LGU, and MMDA. However, Mr. Chair, I would like to register my objection to, with all due respect to the good chairman, on the
expansion of powers regarding colorum violations, and the power to apprehend and impound, and the power to dispose unredeemed vehicles. Mr. Chair, if my memory serves me correctly, we had an inquiry prior regarding the colorum powers of the LTFRB, and it was found that even I think it was the secretary who rescinded that, given that there was no legal basis. I understand where the LTFRB is coming from, that they would like to now input this as legal basis, and we do support, in a sense, the institution of this in the legal framework. However, I personally feel that it is misplaced to have the powers of LTFRB laid out here, particularly for motorcycles alone. I would be more amenable to expansion of their powers to impounding on colorum and the other relevant powers in the LTFRB charter itself, as originally proposed by the LTFRB. I have apprehensions about having it only apply particularly to motorcycles for hire. My worst case scenario here, Mr. Chair, is that this might be interpreted again as discrimination against motorcycles, that there is a legal basis for impounding colorum and disposing of motorcycles, but there's no legal basis for doing the same for colorum vehicles such as vans, taxis, buses. So, Mr. Chair, I would much prefer that the expansion of powers of the LTFRB be in general terms in another piece of legislation, that we don't include it here today with the motorcycles for hire, Mr. Chair. Most respectfully.
LTFRB.
Number one, sir, we submit to the wisdom of the chair and the good gentleman, but we believe this is where we start the corrective measure in the attempt now to put teeth to the LTFRB to enforce the very rules that it is promulgating. It would be prudent to look at this as an adjunct of our power to promulgate rules, to accredit riders, to in the way apprehend them if they violate rules which we ourselves have already implemented or imposed on them. That is my take, Mr. Chair.
Hindi. The issue raised by the Honorable Gutierrez is that you are expanding the power of LTFRB by placing their violations of colorum vehicles. Under your present charter, is that included within your powers?
In the recent decision of the DOJ, it was excluded. In the DOJ opinion, it was excluded as part of our function or power, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. And would it also include yung charter ninyo, yung the power to apprehend and impound motorcycles or other vehicles?
No, Mr. Chair.
No. Nor does it also include the power to dispose unredeemed motorcycles and vehicles in accordance with existing laws, rules, and regulations.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
It does not include.
It doesn't include, based on the opinion of the Secretary of Justice, Mr. Chair.
So, why are you trying to have it placed here to replace lines 7 to 9?
Mr. Chair, our position here is, since we are given the primary task of implementing these rules, we feel it appropriate to also have the power to regulate them and to apprehend the violators. But that is just the opinion of the LTFRB, Mr. Chair.
Yung pinag-usapan natin, the powers, where is it lodged?
It is lodged on the function of the LTFRB to implement this law.
Where is it lodged? The power to arrest colorum violations, impound colorum vehicles, and to dispose unredeemed vehicles. Where is it lodged?
Mr.
If
Chair,
it is not with the LTFRB, where is it lodged?
it is lodged primarily with the LTO, Mr. Chair.
Oh, so, bakit mo agawan yung LTO ng kapangyarihan? Dapat nga magkaibigan kayo at magkasama eh. Kaya pala may division between the two of you eh. Si Juan eh. Yung DOTR ang referee. Ah, di ba? ASEC bodies. Hindi ba, kung titignan ko ngayon, dahil dun sa objection ni Honorable Gutierrez, mas appropriate yung line 7 to 9. What do you think? Di ba? Kasi yung the power as it is now, the current laws that we have, the power that you are going to arrogate unto yourself is within the power and jurisdiction of LTO. Di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and
Yes.
we submit to your wisdom, Mr. Chair. We agree with you.
Therefore, we go back to line 7 and 9. Magaling si Honorable Gutierrez eh. Di ba? So, ang gusto naman ng DICT ay all violations related to the terms and conditions of the franchise and ano na yung amendment mo, Iho?
And authorities, Your Honor. That's the term given to the certification given by the DICT, Your Honor. To PIMEDES operators po.
So you just want to add the word authorities.
Yes, Honor, in recognition of the regulatory powers still within the DICT, Your Honor. But again, we submit to the wisdom of our legislators in this particular case, this committee, if that power would now be transferred to the LTFRB, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any comments from the TWG? Chairwoman Pancho or Congressman Gutierrez?
Mr. Chair, as generally couched, I think we'll be amenable to that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Comsec, please take note of that. So, if there is no other issue insofar as Section 17 is concerned, we go now to penalties.
Mr. Chair, I heard a while ago that you were talking about Section 7. Can we backtrack and rewind a little bit? Section
I was
7.
not talking about Section 7.
No, I just
17.
heard. 17. Can we?
Line 7 to 9.
Oh, 7 to 9. Can we be given a chance? Because the last time I was not able to appear to attend your hearing.
So
And I
you want
just
to go
read-
back to Section 7?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In relation to what we are discussing in the previous hearings, with regards to the modernization, because Mr. Chairman, kung mapapansin po natin dito sa Section 7, the standards and specification of motorcycle for hire, the Department of Transportation,
RBM tayo?
yes, upon the recommendation of the Department of Trade and Industry, and ito, LTO prescribed in the implementing rules and regulation and standards and specification of the motorcycles that may be allowed to operate as motorcycle for hire. We have to remember, Mr. Chairman, that in the last previous hearings that we have conducted, the very premise of the DOTR, the LTFRB, and the LTO is the modernization, and their aim is the what do you call this? The carbon emission that is being emitted by the different jeepneys. And a while ago, while I was looking at Section 7, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources is not included on this section. Primarily, the objective of the DOTR is to follow the Clean Air Act. And in accordance with the report that I just got today, no, kasi nga medyo na-worry ako dito sa Section 7. Ang motorcycles, Mr. Chairman, this is a Swiss study. Motorcycles collectively emit 16 times more hydrocarbons. Ano ba yung hydrocarbons? Ito yung mga methane. 3 times more carbon monoxide, yung mga combustion. And disproportionately high amount of other air pollutants compared to passenger cars. According to this study, by Anna Marija Basik and Martin from Swiss Federal Laboratories found both 2 and 4 cycle motorcycle engines emitted significantly more of these pollutants than automobile engines. So basically, Mr. Chairman, I think, and it is imperative for us to include the DNR in the regulation and the implementing rules and standards of the specification of the motorcycles. Because I would like to ask Mr. Chairman kung ang ginagamit po ng ating mga tinatawag natin mga operator, ano pa bang ginagamit natin? 2-stroke or 4 strokes? 4 strokes. Ano ginagamit nila? 4 strokes na. So yung 2 strokes wala na. Basically, better kung 4 stroke ang gagamitin natin. But I think the standard that have to be set that will be used by these operators must pass through also the DNR. So, Mr. Chair, if I will be allowed, considering that DNR is not included in Section 7, may the proposal of this representation be included kasi somehow we will be in violation as well of the Clean Air Act kung hindi po natin maisasama tong DNR because they are the one regulating on the emission of this 4-stroke engine of the motorcycle. So, yun po, Mr. Chairman. So, I think if the author ba kaya? will allow it. Mr. Chair, on line 21, page 3, section 7, to include, upon the recommendation of the Department of Trade and Industry, DENR and LTO shall prescribe in the implementing rules and regulations and standards and specification of motorcycles that may be allowed to operate as motorcycle for hire, taking into consideration health and safety of the passengers, riders, and the totality of the population. Yan po yung ating sanang request, Mr. Chair.
DTI, is there a representative of DTI? You're the one, it's under your department that the national standards is located, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What is that office?
The Bureau of Philippine Standards under the Department of Trade and Industry.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And when you come up with these standards, you try to, shall we say, consider all the laws pertaining to standards.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and these standards are being developed in consultation with the other stakeholders, such as the LTO and the other agencies, Your Honor.
When you come up with these standards, I believe you have considered all the laws, right? For standards of vehicles, you also have to consider what the Honorable Fernandez has stated. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair, in the development of standards, it can be through the committee, wherein the conditions here in the Philippines are considered, or in the other method, it is we adopt the international standards, Your Honor.
Yes, but you do not have a standard presently for motorcycles for hire.
Upon checking the office, Your Honor, we don't have yet the standards for the unit itself, Your Honor.
And it is your office that should come up with these standards. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
And would you consider the provisions of the Clean Air Act when you come up with your standards ng motorcycles for hire?
Yes, Your Honor, in the development of these standards, all the relevant international standards as well as the laws are being considered, Your Honor.
So yun ang yung
Yes, no, have you read the international emission standard that was written by a Swiss study, wherein a 4-stroke engine that are being used by our operators have an 84% what they call this, yung standard po nila is 84% lang compared to others. So,
With your indulgence, Your Honor,
Mr. Chairman.
yung national standard, sila nagka-come up ng mga standards ng, for example, motorcycles for hire. That is why we placed here DTI. Kasi nasa kanilang departamento, yung opisina na nagka-come up ng mga standards dito sa atin. And kaya ko siya tinanong doon, kino-consider lahat yung laws impinging on this. Kagaya ng Clean Air Act na sinasabi po ninyo, kino-consider nila sa kanilang pag-come up ng standards. So, I think
It's
would
already
be
included.
superfluous ko
Yeah.
ilalagay natin yung DNR dito. Kasi habang dumadami yung mga tao nag-uusap o pag-uusapan yan, lalong tatagal at nagkakagulo.
Yeah, okay. I subscribe on that, Mr. Chairman. If it's already included on the existing other department, no, that will be considered as well, then I will subscribe on that. But I think we have to consider that during the discussion with the jeepney consolidation, we were asking and discussing about the procedure that this modernization program that we have implemented have gone through. And primarily, Mr. Chairman, ang nalaman ko doon that from DTI, sino nauuna, DTI or DNR sa pag-i-issue ng PNS? Because we are issuing PNS, di ba, sa DOTR. So, in the issuance of this PNS to those qualified, saan ang nauuna, DNR or DTI?
Your Honor, yung pong document na PNS, yung pong Philippine National Standard is only being issued by the DTI, and this is being used by other agencies po.
Kasi Mr. Chairman, no?
This is the document po.
Yes,
Your
ang worry ko lang dito, Mr. Chairman, baka mamaya i-bypass nila yung DNR and also only get specification and regulation coming from DTI and LTO. And that's it. So, kung hindi po natin ilalagay yung DNR, it might be construed that they are not together with the regulation, and thereby might affect yung ating fight against the climate change. Yun lang naman po yung premise ko doon, Mr. Chairman. But if the wisdom of the good chairman is that it is already indirectly written on this provision, then I agree with the good suggestion of the chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
TWG Chair, what do you think?
Mr. Chair, I suggest that we include the DENR.
Any objection? Hearing none, sige. The addition of the DNR insofar as Section 7 is concerned would be placed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of this committee.
Now, we go to penalties. Ito. Yung private sector. Tingnan ninyo yung penalty sa any rider who operates a motorcycle for hire in violation of traffic rules and regulations, carrying capacity and licensing requirement shall suffer the maximum penalty imposed under applicable laws, ordinances, rules or regulations for such violation. In addition, the LTO shall impose a penalty of suspension or revocation of driver's license of an erring rider commensurate to the gravity of the offense and frequency of commission. The table of penalties shall be included in the IRR of this act. LTO?
Mr. Chair, we have no objection to the wording of Section 18.
Okay. The private stakeholders? No question. No. The private sector, yung riders group. You have no objection to this? Wala. Naka-record yan. Oh, so there's no issue as far as paragraph A of section 18 is concerned. Next offense, an operator who allows a rider who does not possess a valid professional driver's license to operate a motorcycle for hire shall, in addition to penalties under existing laws and regulations, suffer a penalty of suspension or revocation of franchise, license, or permit to operate after due notice and hearing. Akala ko ba wala na yung categorization ng professional driver? Di ba tama, LTO?
Mr. Chair, we still have that, Mr. Chair.
You still have that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So requirement na for drivers ng common carriers, professional pa rin.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any objection to this?
Mr. Chair, we would like to just take note that we have already removed the distinction between an operator and a rider, because in the concept of a motorcycle taxi, the operator is himself the rider or the driver. So I think we need to reword this.
How do you reword that?
May I suggest, Mr. Chair, we have a report submitted to the Committee on Transportation which would reword the entire provisions of Section 18, Paragraph B, under lines 25 to 29, and if the Chair would allow me, I will.
Asek Guadis, yung proposal mo is amending eh. Hindi ba kasama ka sa kwan? Sa technical working group?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
O bakit hindi nyo naisip ito nun?
Then we withdraw our recommendation, Mr. Chair.
In other words, you did not do your job before. Eh kasi ngayon, complete yung inyong kwan eh. Pagbabago eh. From the provision of the substitute bill.
Just for the letter B, Mr. Chair, but we will withdraw our recommendation.
Kasi gusto nyo magkaroon ng penalty yung operator and or rider.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
O, pero tinitingnan ko naman itong proposal mo rito. Wala man akong nakita except for paragraph.
Letter B, Mr. Chair.
Yes, letter B. Di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We will then withdraw, Mr. Chair, our proposal for a rewording.
I-withdraw mo na.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Natanong lang kita kung bakit hindi mo naikuha niyan dun eh. Umatras ka kaagad. Anyway. TWG, nabasa nyo ba yung kanyang amendment?
Mr. Chair, totoo po yun, they did not attend the first TWG, Mr.
Kaya
Chair.
naman pala. Kaya naman
Oh,
pala.
sir, last year yun. Umattend lang po kayo nung kay Honorable Rodriguez Gutierrez, and then last week and this week. That in the first TWG, Mr. Chair, hindi po sila umattend. Nagsumbong.
We apologize, Mr. Chair, for that.
For me, Mr. Chair, as it is na lang po yung Section 18, Paragraph B, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Gutierrez, okay with you?
Mr. Chair, I will stand by the decision of the Honorable Chairwoman of the TWG. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yung private sector, politiko, tinanong ko kanina, walang nagsasalita ah. Paragraph B of Section 18. Yung penalties. Kasi kayo maapektuhan nito eh. Kaya ako kayo tinatanong. So let's go to letter C. The penal provisions of Republic Act number 7394, otherwise known as the Consumer Act of the Philippines, Republic Act number 11967 or the Internet Transactions Act of 2023, and Republic Act number 10173, when applicable, shall apply for acts or omissions committed in the course of motorcycle for hire operations. Government sector, any comment on paragraph C? Wala. This will go. The ICT?
No comments, Your Honor. Only that we approve of the provisions, Your Honor.
The stakeholders, private stakeholders, no issue. The private resource persons, riders, wala. Wala. So, we go now to, wala na. So, we have no more important section to discuss. Kasi pro forma na lang ito eh. Sections 19, 20, 21.
Move to adopt, Mr. Chairman, subject to ano? Subject to style.
Ha? Merong position yung LTFRB to come up with a new section. Establishment of motorcycle for hire unit and appropriating funds therefor. Alam mo ang epekto nito, ASEC Wadis? Madidelay yung passage nito. You know why? Kagaya ng sinasabi ko kanina, if there are provisions in the substitute bill regarding appropriations, it will pass through two committees again. The committees on Ways and Means and Appropriations.
We will withdraw, Mr. Chair.
Ay kasi, as I've stated a while ago in my opening remarks, we are hurrying this up simply because the President has made his statement, and so with our Speaker. Okay?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we withdraw our proposal.
Hindi, para wala naman kayo masabi, natanggap ko kasi yung proposal ninyo eh. Dito, nabasa ko. Okay? So, any other issue? Yes. DCI?
Sir, nung ano po, nung last March 13, naipass na po namin yung hard copy ng comments sa COMSEC regarding Section 7. And last Monday po naipapasa na rin po ng aming office sa COMSEC yung comments for Section 7 also. This is regard with your request na mag-meeting po yung LTO and the Department and the Bureau of Philippine Standards before the hearing on March 13. Thank you po.
According to the COMSEC has been recorded already. Thank you.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any of the resource persons? Hearing none, the Honorable Gutierrez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, considering the importance of this measure, and after two TWG-like committee hearings it is my distinct honor and privilege to move that we approve the bill in substitution to the several bills calling for the regulation of motorcycles for hire, subject to style and to incorporate all the amendments as agreed upon, and the accompanying committee report for this measure, Mr. Chair.
Any
Second.
second?
Second the motion, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to approve the substitute bill in substitution of House Bills number 128, 307, 360, 781, 1344, 1641, 1668, 2733, 2833, 3412, 4327, 4470, 4858, 6098, 6525, and 7034, subject to style and the amendments proposed. Do I hear any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Honorable Gutierrez is hereby approved. Congratulations po sa inyo.
Mr. Chair, one last motion.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I also move that all measures pertaining to the same subject matter, including House Bill number 9714, authored by the Honorable Salvador Plato, that are pending or may hereinafter be referred to the committee, be included in the committee report, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Is there any objection to the motion of the Honorable Gutierrez? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved. So we take up the last issue, which is yung fair apprehension bill of the Honorable Busita. Those who are not concerned with the yung mga private sector, yung mga hindi tatamaan ng maging batas na ito ay yung hindi pwede na pong umalis. Pero yung tatamaan, dito pa rin po kayo. Maliwanag po siguro yun. Saan yung...
Excuse me, si LTFRB siya kasi hinahanap siya sa CMM, hindi lang kanina.
Sino?
LTFRB.
Bakit?
Bakit? Naman kasi ito sa LTO, mag-iwan na lang siya ng tao.
Bakit siya alis?
Chairman, thank you. Hindi ako alis. Salamat lang dito.
Hi.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry.
Salamat lang ako.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
let's take our proper places so that we can continue. Ano si On. The fourth item of our agenda is the deliberation of the substitute bill regarding the proposed Traffic Apprehension Act. And so far as our final item is concerned, I would like to give floor to the chairman of the technical working group for the proposed Fair Traffic Apprehension Act, the Honorable Bonifacio Busita. You have the floor, sir, for your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sa ating lahat, good afternoon po. First and foremost, gusto ko po magpasalamat on behalf of One Rider Party List and personal na rin po akong nagpapasalamat sa ating Honorable Chairman, Congressman Romeo Acop, sir. Dahil alam po natin, napakaraming priority bills pero na-consider po itong ating proposed bill. And of course, for entrusting this representation to lead the technical working group tasked to study and come up with a bill in substitution of House Bill number 3366. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Your Honors, this output substitute bill is a product of two TWG meetings that were held last March 15, 2023 and October 10, 2023. During these meetings, which were attended by the representatives of relevant government agencies and private stakeholders, the TWG exhaustively discussed the provisions of the measure to ensure that our output carries the objectives of the bill. At the outset, let me emphasize that my main motivation as author of this proposal is to address the several issues related to apprehensions and their adverse consequences. I would like to stress the ill effects of apprehension, be it proper or otherwise. Number one, loss of income, opportunity. Number two, loss of job, livelihood. Most often, drivers get fired or suspended, resulting to domestic problems and other issues. Number three, loss of time. Number four, other unquantifiable losses, inconvenience, anxiety, and other adverse consequences. And last one, traffic. An apprehension, even for a short period, disrupts the flow of traffic. With this measure, I am optimistic that we can minimize, if not totally avoid, the foregoing irreversible consequences of wrongful apprehension, but also promote fairness in law enforcement. Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, as chair of the TWG and author of the measure, I believe that the objectives of this proposal can be achieved by elevating the level of service and strengthening professionalism in the implementation of traffic laws, rules, and regulations through the deployment of well-equipped and competent traffic enforcers in our streets and highways, in addition to installation of sufficient traffic facilities. We tried to harmonize all the provisions of the bill, taking into consideration the positions submitted by the stakeholders from the government and the private sector, as well as the recommendations and suggestions in the course of our deliberation during the TWG meetings. Allow me to elaborate on the following salient and contentious provisions of the output bill in substitution of House Bill number 3366. Letter A, amount, source, and basis of compensation. Number one, amount. With regard to the amount of compensation, the TWG considers not only the actual damages as basis. For practical purposes, we use the minimum wage of the place of apprehension as base amount for those who cannot provide proof of income as basis of the claim. As proposed in the original bill, the minimum wage was used instead of using a fixed amount, taking into account that their values per region are updated by the government with inflation. Using 3 as a multiplier, we consider the quantifiable damages in addition to actual costs caused by the wrongful apprehension. On the matter of wrongful apprehension resulting to the impoundment of vehicles, we derived the formula for compensation using twice the minimum wage of the place of apprehension as the base, multiplied by the number of wheels. The load capacity and corresponding rate normally depend on the number of tires of a motor vehicle. We did some computation and arrived at this formula that is more or less within the range of the average income of vehicles for hire with such number of wheels. During our meetings, we also opened the floor for suggestion, but not a single recommendation was submitted as to the formula in determining the amount of compensation. Malaking abala po sa mga motorista ang mahuli ng pulis o ng enforcer, lalo na kung mali ang nagawang apprehension. Maliban po sa mga gastos at iba pang mga abala, kapag sila po ay nag-contest sa maling panguhuli na kanilang pinapaniwalaan, matapos po na ang kanilang contest, kansilado lamang po ang huli, walang danyos o corresponding amount na natatanggap, at maliban po dyan, hindi po nabibigyan ng kaukulang parusa ang nasabing pulis o enforcer. Paglilinaw lamang po sa lahat, maliit na porsyento lamang po sa hanay ng pulis at enforcer ang nagkakamali. Kaya lamang po, kung hindi po ito ma-address, araw-araw po may nabibiktima sila. Number 2, source. The DBM and DOF expressed reservation about the establishment of the Motorist Compensation Fund, citing the one fund policy of the government. The LGUs, LTO, and MMDA, on the other hand, maintain that their collection on fines and penalties may not be enough to cover the compensation. The current wording of the draft substitute bill set aside the creation of the Motorist Compensation Fund. Instead, the proposal provides that compensation shall be charged against the collection on fines and penalties of the Traffic Enforcement Authority, except those collections earmarked for specific purposes under Motor Vehicle Users Charge Law and the Seatbelts Law. We did not earmark a fixed fraction or percentage to provide flexibility as to the needed fund to compensate the liability as well as the utilization of the balance of fines and penalties collected for traffic enforcement. The provision likewise states that the compensation needed for the initial implementation of the measure shall be charged against the contingency fund of the Traffic Enforcement Authority concerned to provide a smooth transition. Nonetheless, I understand, Mr. Chair, that this bill, if approved, will pass through the competence of the Committee on Appropriations, who can provide us with a more appropriate language that is consistent with existing laws. With regard to the concern of the LGUs, LTO, and MMDA, this representation believes that this provision will encourage the traffic enforcement authorities to enlist or deploy honest, competent, and qualified traffic enforcers, thereby reducing, if not eliminating, the unnecessary liabilities for wrongful apprehension. Likewise, in order to deter intentional commission of unlawful apprehension, there is a provision under the proposal that if the traffic enforcer is found in an administrative case to have willfully or intentionally causes the wrongful apprehension, such enforcer must reimburse the traffic enforcement authority concerned of the compensation paid to the motorist. Number 3, basic compensation. Mr. Chairman, sir, allow me to cite the following articles of Act Number 386 or the Civil Code of the Philippines. Article 19, every person must, in the exercise of his rights and in the performance of his duties, act with justice, give everyone his due, and observe honesty and good faith. Article 20, every person who, contrary to law, willfully or negligently causes damage to another shall indemnify the latter for the same. I am citing these provisions, Mr. Chairman, to emphasize the solemn responsibility of every person to observe fairness, honesty, and justice in the exercise of one's right or performance of duty and the corresponding liability for deviating from the mandate. A wrongful traffic apprehension is a result of improper implementation of traffic laws, rules, and regulations. The act willfully or negligently done may carry adverse consequences or damages to the unlawfully apprehended driver or rider. Mr. Chairman, my question is, who will pay for the damages sustained by the aggrieved driver or rider? Normally, the traffic enforcement officer should be liable for the damages, but since the traffic enforcer is acting on behalf of the government, the state should assume responsibility. However, in many instances, damages cannot be claimed against the state by the aggrieved party as the former is shielded by the doctrine of state immunity. In several cases, the Supreme Court upheld the doctrine saying the principle enshrined in Section 3, Article number 16 of the Constitution that the state may not be sued without its consent reflects nothing less than a recognition of the sovereign character of the state and an express affirmation of the unwritten rule, effectively insulating it from the jurisdiction of courts. It is based on the very essence of sovereignty. A sovereign is exempt from suit, not because of any formal conception or absolute theory, but on the logical and practical ground that there can be no legal right as against the authority that makes the law on which the right depends. Department of Agriculture versus NLRC 227 SCRA 6931, 1993. The principle of state immunity from suit also rests on reasons of public policy that public service would be hindered and the public endangered if the sovereign authority could be subjected to lawsuits at the instance of every citizen and consequently controlled in the uses and dispositions of the means required for the proper administration of the government. Republic versus Sandoval, 220 SCRA 124, 1993. Following the doctrine, the state may be sued if it allows impliedly or expressly. In a string of cases, the Supreme Court ruled that consent is implied when the state itself commences action, thus opening itself to a counterclaim, or when it enters into a contract, it is in its propriety capacity, but not in its sovereign or governmental capacity. On the other hand, express consent may be made through an enactment of a general or special law. In the following instances, the government expressly gave this consent to be sued and therefore may be held liable. Number 1, Republic Act number 3083, June 17, 1961, Nuclear Indemnity Board. Number 2, Republic Act number 7309, March 13, 1992, Board of Claims under the DOJ for victims of unjust imprisonment or detention and victims of violent crimes. And letter B, shifting of burden of proof from the motorist to the apprehending officer. Initially, the proposal includes a provision shifting the burden of proof from the motorist to the enforcer who apprehended the former. The provision was deleted as it runs counter to the doctrine of presumption of legality of official acts as claimed by most enforcement agencies. including such provision, may have chilling effect to enforcers and arbitrarily affect the proper performance of their duties. Letter C, prescription. There were suggestions to reduce the prescriptive period from the 60 days as provided under the original proposal. We retain the provision as is, as there are instances where, for lack of proper information, it would take a considerable amount of time for some motorists to discover that the act of apprehension was unlawful. Letter D, establishment of traffic adjudication units in common procedure. The Section 1, Article 3 of the Constitution, Bill of Rights provides, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall any person be denied the equal protection of the law. This provision is necessary to protect the rights of motorists through a swift adjudication of unlawful apprehension cases. The traffic adjudication units, given their administrative nature, will provide immediate resolution of cases, unlike the regular courts. The delay in the resolution of traffic apprehension cases and inaccessibility of the already overwhelmed courts could result to injustice, as the saying goes, justice delayed, justice denied. A uniform standard in the adjudication of traffic apprehension cases to be used by traffic adjudication units nationwide is needed to ensure that all traffic apprehension cases are decided using relatively the same standard and procedure for the convenience of the parties. Training and equipment. We find this provision necessary not only to facilitate the proper enforcement and implementation of traffic laws, rules, and regulations, but also to have effective tools and means of determining facts and an evidence-based adjudication of traffic apprehension cases. Recording and live streaming of traffic apprehension cases. Despite the reservation of some agencies and several stakeholders against allowing the motorists to record or live stream the proceedings of traffic apprehension cases, this representation considers the provision, along with the provisions on compensation, as an integral component of this measure and strongly pushes for its retention. Contrary to the belief of the sectors claiming that the provision allowing live streaming of proceedings would have adverse influence the outcome of cases, this representation confidently believes that the feared influence lands on the side of justice. Knowing that the cases are live streamed, the hearing officer would naturally be more careful and vigilant in deciding traffic apprehension cases. Ang isa pa pong benepisyo dito, Mr. Chair, na ating nakikita in allowing live streaming is its value in educating both the motorists and the enforcers. We have the internet platform and sayang naman po kung hindi natin magagamit ang available technology in the form of information campaign to promote road discipline and courtesy. This representation finds no law that prohibits the recording or live streaming of such proceedings. In fact, Congress, during plenary sessions or committee hearings where important matters are discussed and decided, conducts the same in public view or with the live media coverage. Ganun pa man po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, gaya ng mga naunang provision, ipinapaubaya ko po sa inyo at sa mga members ng committee para po madesisyonan to retain or strike down this important provision in the bill. With that, Mr. Chair, honorable colleagues present, I am submitting the output substitute bill on behalf of the members of the TWG for consideration of the committee and more than willing to respond to any question regarding the measure. Again, Mr. Chair, on behalf of One Rider Party List and motorists nationwide, maraming salamat po for giving me the opportunity to lead the TWG.
Thank you, Honorable Busita, especially for spearheading the TWG in finalizing the substitute bill. As with previous bills, we will tackle the provisions of the bill section by section. And before we start with the procedure, let me recognize the presence of the Honorable Marlene Primicias Agabas, one of our Deputy Majority Leader and representing the 6th District Province of Pangasinan. Welcome po kayo. And let's start with the title of the bill. Any comment or recommendation or suggestion insofar as the title of the bill is concerned? The government sector? DILG? Any comment? None? DOTR?
Your Honor, if I may, as far as the OTR LTO is concerned, if I can be recognized, as far as the title of the bill is concerned, we have no objection.
No objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next.
From the Public Attorney's Office, Your Honor, we have no objection on the title.
No objection. From the police force?
On the part of the Highway Patrol Group, sir, Philippine National Police, no objection on the title.
Next na agency?
From the viewpoint of the Commission on Audit, we have no objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. So on the left side, anybody who would want to say anything? Kasi kayo ang maapektuhan din ito. Yes. Please identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. No objection, Your Honor. I am Rolando Marquez at the Liga ng Transportasyon at Operator sa Pilipinas. No objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and to all adorable Congress and everyone. I'm Teodorico Herbacio of the Inland Howlers and Trackers Association. On your first question, Mr. Chair, tungkol doon sa title ng ating act, may I read it? An act enforcing fair traffic apprehension, granting for the purpose compensation of drivers of motorbike for improper traffic apprehension, imposing administrative sanction for erring traffic enforcement. This includes all drivers po, Mr. Chair. Clarification na po. All drivers, private and for hire.
Hindi naman distinguish doon sa title kung for hire or driver ng common carrier or private vehicles. So it applies to all.
Yes po. So the drivers in general.
Yes.
In the case of the kami po sa trucks ay what they call this, per trip, hindi per day. So they will be paid based on the compensation of their trip. Kasi po depende sa distance kung saan papunta.
Wala pa po tayo doon
Wala
sa
pa po.
topic na yun.
Thank you po.
Natitude lang po tayo.
Thank you po.
So any other issue insofar as the title is concerned? Okay, wala. Let me turn over the chairmanship of this committee to my vice chair, the Honorable Oni Ferrer. Kasi kailangan pumunta ako doon sa hearing ng isang committee. Your Honor. Diyan ka na lang?
Yeah.
May tayo mo rito?
Okay lang to.
Sige.
Okay. So, there being no
comment given on the title of the proposed bill. We go to section 1. This act shall be known as the Fair Traffic Apprehension Act. From all our resource person, any comment on this section? No comment.
None.
Section 2. Declaration of policy. It is the policy of the state to maintain peace and order, promote discipline on the roads, improve the traffic management system through efficient and fair implementation of traffic laws, rules and regulations. Toward this end, the state shall protect the rights of motorists, provide reasonable compensation to those who are improperly apprehended, and impose administrative sanction against erring traffic personnel. Comments, please.
Mr. Chairman, if I could be recognized.
Yes, Asek.
As far as section 2 is concerned, I'm referring to the portion which says, towards this end, the state shall protect the rights of motorists, provide reasonable compensation to those who are improperly apprehended. I believe the phrase provide reasonable compensation to those who are improperly apprehended is not necessarily a state policy, Your Honor. In fact, it might go against the doctrine of the state that the state is not bound by the fault or negligence of its officials. And therefore, we propose that provision, that portion, provide reasonable compensation to those who are improperly apprehended, be deleted in section 2, Your Honor.
Thank you. Distinguished author. Rosita. Rosita, your comments?
Wait for a minute, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So it will wait for a minute. Can I suspend this for a minute?
Nandito na, Mr. Chair. Okay. Mr. Chair, ang ano po ng LTO, DOTR, to delete, provide reasonable compensation. Tama po ba?
No.
Okay, Mr. Chair, ano ko na lang ito sa kasama ko dito sa bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gutierrez, recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the indulgence of the TWG chairperson, we understand the apprehension of the LTO, and while we want to inculcate this as the guiding policy, perhaps it might be too specific po, no, and might be misconstrued. So as a not really compromise, but to soften it, would the body be amenable to it being stated as, towards this end, the state shall protect the rights of the motorists and their well-being, and then we leave it as that to be a guiding principle, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, no objection.
Okay then, LTO.
Yeah, they're amenable to it. Any other comment from the resource persons? There being none, we proceed to the next section. Concept, pakinote.
Yes.
Yung ano na ni section 3. Ikaw nga pumasa. Can you read section?
For section 3, we have the definition of terms. For the definition of terms of the term motorist, the motorist refers to the driver or rider of a motor vehicle.
So, any comment on this line?
None, Your Honor.
From the police?
None, Your Honor.
Okay.
Letter B, sir.
Letter B.
Letter B, Traffic Adjudication Unit. Traffic Adjudication Unit refers to the office, division, bureau, or service of traffic enforcement authorities whose function includes the adjudication of contested traffic apprehensions.
LTO.
Your Honor, as far as LTO is concerned, the definition of terms as contained in Section 3, all of them, we have no comment nor objection, Your Honor.
Lahatin mo na siya.
All terms. About the PNP.
Likewise, Your Honor, no comment.
All definitions under the definition of terms.
Yes, sir.
The private sector. Yes.
Mr. Chair, doon po sa letter D, doon po sa Traffic Enforcement Authority refer to the Land Transportation Office, Metro Manila Development Authority, and local government units, as well as any public entity as may hereinafter be created, authorized to implement and enforce traffic laws and regulations. Yung po bang the likes of the toll operators are private in nature, but they were deputized by LTO, especially yung NLEX and SLEX natin. Private po sila by nature. Hindi po sila kasama, kung tama po yung sinasabi ko.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Chair.
Yes, yung pong NLEX and SLEX, private company in nature. However, yung pong kanilang personnel, deputized ng LTO. So, ang nagbigay po ng powers and authority sa kanila is the LTO, Mr. Chair. So, covered po sila na dito.
Mr. Chair, if I may po.
Yeah, please go.
Thank you po.
Go ahead.
So if we may include po, with all due respect, yung private entities deputized by any local government agency para po mag-apprehend, if it's possible to be included para po mas malinaw. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, with respect to the resource person, hindi na po kailangan kasi po under sila ng authority na nagbigay sa kanila ng ticket as deputized agents. So under po like LTO, sila po ang responsible para dito, not the private entity, Mr. Chair.
Siguro, lalagyan dito, as well as any public or private entity. Just to be clear.
Mr. Chair,
Kasi silent.
hindi po kasi talaga ano dito yung private entity eh. Kasi wala pong private entity na nanguhuli and they are not allowed. So katulad nga po, to be specific, like SLEX and NLEX, ang ticket po nila galing sa LTO, deputized sila. So if we talk about the agency or responsible agency or traffic enforcement unit, under po sila ng LTO. So meaning, kung mali po yung apprehension done by a certain enforcer at kailangan mag-complain sa LTO po. At doon sa compensation, LTO po ang responsible dito, Mr. Chair.
Does that answer your concern?
Thank you po. Yes po.
Thank you. So, we proceed to section 4, compensation. I believe everyone has a copy of the proposed bill of the sponsor. And if you have any comment, just signify. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, if
Asa.
I may. Mr. Chairman, Section 4, it speaks of award of compensation by the Traffic Adjudication Unit, Your Honor. And it would imply that the traffic adjudication unit would now be given quasi-judicial functions in contrast to the administrative function which it is performing right now. Under our charter, as far as LTO is concerned, Your Honor, we do not have quasi-judicial function in that respect, Your Honor. We do not award compensation damages. We feel, Your Honor, that the laws by itself, already give the motorists sufficient remedies in the event that an enforcer abuses its authority. I know for a fact, Your Honor, that some of our transport groups here would file administrative charges before the ombudsman, if not before the agency concerned. And the ombudsman would issue show cause orders and even preventive suspension against erring traffic enforcers. As far as compensation is concerned, Your Honor, they can always go to the court as correctly cited by the Honorable Congressman Bosita. The civil law provisions already provide enough justification for a motorist who has been illegally apprehended in order to claim damages against the erring traffic enforcer himself. So we feel, Your Honor, that Section 4 should be deleted in that respect. And because one, LTO, as far as LTO is concerned, we do not have the authority to grant this thing. And even if this law allows LTO to grant this thing, Your Honor, we see at a point way back in 2009, Your Honor, when this representation also filed a similar bill creating traffic courts. The reason why we opted for traffic courts is because if these apprehensions are filed in the traffic adjudication unit, the motorist concerned might feel that the right of due process would have been violated because of the requirement of a cold and neutral magistrate. Because they might say that the traffic adjudication unit head is also underneath the agency that apprehended the motorist. And therefore, our unit heads, traffic adjudication unit heads, Your Honor, may be doubted as to their cold neutrality, and thus violate the due process right of the motorist, Your Honor. So we think it is better to place the authority for compensation in a traffic court that may be created by this honorable committee, Your Honor, or by Congress, Your Honor.
Is the DOJ representative still around? Maybe your comment on this section.
Actually, Your Honor, actually we defer to the technical knowledge of the relevant agency on this particular matter because this involves the actual experience, and the necessity for compensation would be can be determined by them. So we leave it up to them. We defer to their knowledge.
Mr. Chair, for LTO. LTO, meron po kayong traffic adjudication board?
A traffic adjudication unit, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Kapag po ba nag-contest yung motorist and mali, nakita po ninyo na mali yung apprehension, ano po ang ginagawa ninyong action?
Your Honor, if we see that the apprehension is wrong, we do two things. One, systemic change, meaning to say we review the system. We call the units concerned for back to training. If there is a certain principle of law, let's say like colorum apprehension, we have to retrain them again. But on a personal liability score, Your Honor, we issue show cause orders against erring traffic enforcers.
Sa ticket po, cancellation only.
Your Honor, we have reversed a lot of decisions of apprehension if we find that there is no legal basis for such apprehension. Marami na po yan na ginagawa ho namin sa bring up po sa amin ho yan.
Mr. Chair, we propose this bill kasi po ang nangyayari, kapag nakita nung motorista na mali ang apprehension, yes, I agree with ASEC Bigor Mendoza, pwedeng mag-file sa korte. Pero, Mr. Chair, halimbawa po, ang multa is 500 pesos. And the apprehending motorist is taga Mindanao. Mas pinipili po nila, Mr. Chair, magsuhol sa enforcer or sa police kaysa mag-contest. Kasi, Mr. Chair, ang laki ng damage, makakancel lang naman ang huli. In short, lugi pa. Mas malaking nawawala sa kanila. And with respect to ASEC Bigor Mendoza, kung ito po ay, yes, kung hindi po natin to sasang-ayunan, we are protecting those erring police or enforcers. Kasi nga, totoo, pwedeng mag-file sa korte. Pero, ano po ang kakayahan ng maliliit na motorista, especially taga Visayas and Mindanao? Kaya po kasi ito, Mr. Chair, naabuso. Ba't ka pa magpapile ng complaint or contest? 500, 1,000, or 2,000, even 2,000 yung multa. So, from Mindanao, punta ka sa LTO, pabalik-balik ka for several times, then after ma-resolve yung wrongful apprehension, canceled lang po, Mr. Chair, yung huli. Kaya, pag ito pong intention nitong bill na to, para maharang natin yung enforcer, yung police, na talagang sinasamantala yung kapangyarihan. Especially, there are LGUs, Mr. Chair, nagbibigay po ng 20%. Kaya ano po ang common na statement ng mga police o ng enforcer? Pag nakita niyang complaining, Mr. Chair, yung motorista, mag-contest ka na lang. Malalakas ang loob nilang magsabing mag-contest ka na lang kasi wala naman silang pananagutan. In other words, panalo lagi po ang tiwaling police o enforcer. Now, rasyonale, ay kung tama po ang ginagawa ng tao natin, wala tayong pag-uusapang compensation, even single centavo, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ibigay ko lang po yung floor to Honorable Congressman Gutierrez.
Yeah.
To add something.
Clarify ko lang sa, Chair. Kasi, ang gusto natin is ma-penalize din yung mga erring, apprehending officers. So, ang penalty na sinasuggest nyo is compensation.
Mr. Chair, meron po tayo ditong provision na matatakel yung administrative sanction. Ito po ay compensation pa lang, Mr. Chair. Para makompensate yung damages doon po sa mga motorista na nabibiktima ng wrongful apprehension, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And, sige, we'll ask the Kong Raj.
Mr. Chair, thank
Yeah.
you with the kind indulgence. And this is just in reply po, no, for the consideration of the body as to what the good ASEC of LTO mentioned regarding quasi-judicial. I'm not aware, perhaps you can ask your resource persons, as was the position of the TWG at the time, of any prohibition for us to endow these powers to the traffic adjudication units. As far as we are aware, the traffic adjudication units of the LTO are in fact quasi-judicial. So I'm not sure that, because they would be hearing facts, they would be hearing cases, and then they decide on these cases with the resolution, whether it be the cancellation of the ticket or the filing of the administrative complaint against the erring officer. So quasi-judicial naman po siya. So I believe just adding this provision that would allow for compensation mechanism would not necessarily be against what the traffic adjudication unit is for, no? Just in reference to that, but of course, I think the conversation has steered another way. Just wanted to put that on record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sige, for clarification lang din. Ang understanding mo natin, lahat ng pupunta sa LTO, apprehension, lahat ng yung tickets
No,
will
Mr.
be
Chair.
sent to the traffic adjudication.
No, Mr. Chair. Meron po kasing enforcers ang local government units.
So they
also
will
the-
have their own traffic
Yes, Mr.
updation.
Chair. And also the MMDA, Mr. Chair.
The LG, can we ask your comment or position on that matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, we just want to be clarified on this traffic adjudication board, its composition, because as of now, it's a general term, but it's not specified as to its composition. Members, how many members, and functions, the procedures. Because if we are going to create a traffic adjudication board on the LTO level, MMDA level, LGU levels, that could be different type or different setup, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, with respect to the ILG representative, we will tackle traffic adjudication unit under Section 9, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, Comsec, please note the comments made under Section 5.
Your Honor, please.
Section 4 pala, Section 4.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
My name is Senior State Solicitor Alberto Talampas from the Office of the Solicitor General.
Yes.
I have a minor comment on Section 4. Good afternoon.
proceed.
It's stated here that upon proper showing by the motorist of sufficient evidence, may I respectfully inquire on what sufficient evidence mean in this particular provision, or what quantum of proof are we talking about here, Your Honor?
Mr. Chair, I suppose in this section, this is worded in the way for the law, but the quantum of proof will be left towards the adjudication unit, because as far as you understand, if it's administrative, it has a different quantum of proof. So, and that would depend also on which unit, kasi iba rin po yung sa LTO, different rin yung sa LGU. So, leave it up to their implementing rules and regulations, Mr. Chair. So, this sufficient evidence would just be in reference to sufficient for the quantum of proof required by that said traffic adjudication unit. But if the representative of the OSG would have a particular quantum of proof that they would suggest be adopted in uniform, I think this body would be more than willing to, would be more than open to consider the same, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. If I may suggest, it's either we define sufficient evidence on the definition, or I think the nearest quantum of proof is substantial evidence being used in administrative proceedings, which, if I may, Your Honor, defined as the evidence which must be enough for a reasonable mind to support a conclusion. So most probably
Substantial evidence.
substantial evidence, I think, Your Honor, for this particular purpose, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I think that the expert opinion is much appreciated, and I think the TWG chair would be open to accepting the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Solicitor Talampas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair.
Yes.
Sir,
Colonel Sargun.
with regards to Section 4, sir, we have also proposed minor amendment, sir. Can I read, sir?
Please proceed.
Section 4, compensation. After the determination, this is our proposed amendment, sir. After the determination of the traffic adjudication unit of the concerned traffic enforcement authority, and upon failure of the apprehending traffic enforcement personnel to prove the traffic violation, and upon proper showing by the motorist of sufficient evidence that the traffic apprehension is improper and that there is no violation of any traffic law, rules, or regulation, the motorist is entitled to compensation. The traffic adjudication unit of the concerned traffic enforcement authority shall include in its decision the award of compensation to the motorist upon the resolution of the contested traffic apprehension. We also submitted this comment, sir, to the Secretariat.
Can we have a copy of what you just said,
Yes, sir.
Colonel?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Can you identify again?
thank you po.
Yeah.
Ted Herbasio po. So I would just like to cite the usual apprehensions na ginagawa and ng ating mga local government enforcers as well as pati mga police. No? Normally po, ang apprehension natin is dapat mayroon pong initial violation before any enforcer can flag down a driver of a particular vehicle. So ang practice po ngayon, basta nandun lang sila, paparahin lang nila, hihingan ng driver's license, magtatanong ang driver ano ang violation ko, hihingan ka lang ng lisensya. So pag galit na, arrogant. Pag binigay mo lisensya, kukunin yung rehistro. Pagbigay ng rehistro, sa mga trucks po ito, normally, kasi kami po ay mayroong tractor head, yung napuputol, tapos multiple trailers. Pag nagbigay ka ng rehistro, yung naibigay mong attachment ay hindi pala yun yung dala mo, yun na po yung violation, i-impound na yung aming truck. So, doon pa lang po sa umpisa ay mayroon ng violation doon sa right ng driver dahil wala kang initial violation na commit. And yet, na-flag down ka, wala pong kakayahan na makipag-argue yung ating mga driver para po sa ganong sitwasyon. Kaya po, well, mapipilitan na lang. Pag impound kita lahat, kasi nasa-shoulder po ng driver yung ganon. Kaya, will that fall doon po sa category natin na illegal yung apprehension niya? Kasi if that is the case, napakarami pong complaint na papasok. Wag lang po sa court kasi doon po sa adjudication lang ng LTO or MMDA or even the local government unit ay ayaw na po nilang pumunta dahil nga po doon sa issue ng abala plus the fact na yung pong connotation na ang mag-adjudicate sa iyo ay tao din doon po sa loob. Kaya po yung punto na nakaharas, parang Department of Labor, sabi na, pro-labor talaga ang Department of Labor. So, yung ganun pong punto. Kaya, I suggest talagang tapangan po natin to kasi napakaganda po nitong batas para sa kapakanan ng mga motorista. And if I may, yun pong sinasabi nyo, Asek Vigor, yung adjudication court po sana, kasi kung hindi po magkakaganon at medyo nasa gray area yung compensation pinag-uusapan natin plus the fact yung integrity noon pong mga tao mag-adjudicate baka po hindi rin maging convincing sa mga drivers natin na pumunta sa ganong sitwasyon. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Actually, that was one of the reasons contemplated by ASEC Vigor. Baka pagdudahan pa yung yung members ng adjudication board. Anyway, Kong Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that point po, no, the opinion and the experience of our resource persons from the trucking and hauling industry is much appreciated. Yun nga po, like we mentioned before, the purpose of the bill is to actually discourage such fishing expeditions. Unfortunately, it might not be able to help if, for example, na flag down kahit walang violation and eventually nahanapan ng violation. Dahil may violation, tuloy pa rin po yun. Unfortunately, that's something that we still have to address. The same way, in the same manner, we still have to address checkpoints po, no? But at the very least, with the passage of this bill, it will be discouraging on their part na kasi on their part, they might flag driver down tapos walang mahanap na violation. Yun, papasok na. May problema ng enforcer. So hopefully, it is the intention of this bill to definitely discourage those kinds of events. But definitely, yung sa fishing expedition with the initial flag down, we should look into that siguro in partnership with the LTO, how we can avoid such instances. Yun lang siguro po on this point, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any more comments for? Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Ariel Lim po from National Public Transport Coalition and NACTODAP, National Confederation of TODA sa buong Pilipinas. We really appreciate this bill. Thank you the Congress sa pagbubukas po nito. Meron lang po ako dito sa compensation. Nagpapasalamat din po ako ngayon kay Chairman Guadis. I hail Chairman Guadis and ASEC Bigor dahil po sa probinsya may mga members po kami. Katulad po, Region 11, alam niyo ho ba na yung mga Grab doon na 200 units pinaguhuli? And I see the memorandum circular came from Attorney Guadis, Chairman Guadis and Attorney Bigor na mali po yung huli. Mali ang huli. Dahil po pinaguhuli pa rin kahit na po may PA yung mga Grab doon. This time, pinagtatanggol ko po yung Grab kasi, 'di ba, kawawa naman yung mga driver. Ang problema ko pong isa pa, Attorney Chairman, yung pong mga van rentals. Nahuli rin po yung mga van rentals kumpleto sa dokumento. Tapos tinuluyan pa rin, pinadala ko po sa Congress yung complaint niyan at saka sa Senate and sa LTFRB kay Chairman Guadis and ASEC Bigor na hanggang ngayon po wala pang solusyon. Patuloy po na hinuhuli pa rin ngayon. So 200,000 po. Alam nyo, pumunta na po rito at hinarap ko na personally sa hearing natin nung nakaraan yung mga complainant, namasahe ho yan. Natulog dito, nag-hotel. So compensation, kasi po kahit na ilaban mo sa mga regional office, like Region 6, Region 7.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Mr. Chair, pwede po bang mag-request sa resource persons natin? Focus lang tayo sa particular section by section. Otherwise, gagabihin po tayo. Ako, okay sa akin. Okay po ba sa inyong lahat? Yes, Mr. Chair, yun lang po ang gusto natin para mas maging smooth and systematic po yung ating hearing.
Yes, yung sa compensation po kasi, mukhang kung yun lang ang pag-uusapan natin, yung pong mga nagkakaroon ng adjudication sa mga regional office ng LTO, ng mga probinsya, talo, saan sila pupunta? Di sa central, mamamasahin na naman sila, matutulog. So ibig sabihin, hindi lang po ito yung compensation. Gaya ng sinasabi ko, may mga time na dumarating na dito sa central office sa mga complaint. What I mean to say is, mukha pong sa compensation natin, yung 3 times, hindi po ano yun. Dahil yung ticket pa lang sa Congressman Busita, Chairman, medyo kulang po, no? Kasi may mga ganun po na kahit na nag-complain doon, deny. So
Mr. Chair,
dadalhin nila rito.
Mr. Chair, cut ko lang ano po, if I may. Mr. Chair, lahat po ng expenses dito, especially taga Mindanao ka, sumakay ka sa aeroplano, wala kang kamag-anak sa Metro Manila, mag-hotel ka, lahat. Kailangan pong panagutan ng agency kapag na-prove na mali ang apprehension. Yun nga po ang ina-address natin dito, Mr. Chair. Kasi kung taga Mindanao ka, sa current situation, bakit mag-contest ka pa? So, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang yung po sagutin na lahat po ng expenses, provided may proof, may receipts, pati hotel, pati eroplano o barko, lahat, pati yung sweldong nawala, babayaran po yan. Dapat namang panagutan. Kasi nga po, babalik na naman tayo, kung tuturuan nila ng tama ang kanilang tao, ang kanilang enforcers, walang pag-uusapang compensation. Zero. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At least alam natin na all is compensated if na umabot dito. Thank you, Chair, Colonel Busita, Congressman. Thank you.
So, are you espousing na bayaran na muna, i-contest na lang later? Dahil may, ano naman, pwede naman i-contest. Diba?
Mr. Chair, modesty aside, sa ngayon po, i-share ko lang to. Pag mali po ang apprehension sa motorista, binabayaran po natin lahat sa part namin as advocate. At kami na lamang po ang nagpapile ng complaint against erring police officers or enforcers. Ang hindi lamang po namin masuportahan, Mr. Chair, yung danyos. Kaya nga po dapat makompensate yung danyos ng victim or apprehended na motorist na wrongful yung ginawa ng police or enforcer, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any more comments? So we proceed to section 5. ComSec. Amount of compensation.
Amount of compensation. The amount of compensation shall be A, 3 times the amount of the prevailing minimum wage in the locality where the motorist was apprehended if unemployed or self-employed. B, 3 times the daily wage or salary of the apprehended motorist if employed, duly supported by evidence as a certificate of compensation or pay slip, multiplied by the number of times such motorist appeared before the traffic adjudication unit to contest the improper apprehension. The compensation also includes the actual expenses that the motorist incurred in contesting the improper apprehensions such as transportation, accommodation, and other incidental expenses, which must be supported by receipts. It is understood that the period of contesting the improper traffic apprehension starts from the time of filing of the protest up to the finality of the decision or resolution.
Okay. Comments?
Mr. Chairman,
LTO, yeah.
as far as LTO is concerned, Mr. Chairman, section 5, 6, we have no objection, Your Honor, except for the paragraph regarding the impounding of the vehicle. It specifically provides certain documents that need to be issued by the enforcing officer. Unfortunately, for LTO, for MMDA, for LGUs, the documents that are being issued for purposes of impounding are different from one and the other. So I don't think this portion will apply to all traffic enforcer units. But as far as the wording of section 5 and 6 are concerned, we have no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang magpasalamat kay ASEC Bigger Mendoza. Thank you. By the way, Mr. Chair, if I may add, Mr. Chair, during the deliberation and 2 technical working group meetings, wala pong nag-question dito or nag-comment as far as compensation is concerned. So hopefully, I do not know kung may magko-comment pa sa inyo, hindi ko naman kayo kinokontra or tawag dito pinagbabawalan, but I'd like to inform our Mr. Chair na wala pong nag-comment, even one of the resource person. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, any comment on section 5 from our resource or invited persons?
Mr. Chair, may I? Kasi kami po sa grupo namin sa transportation, boundaryan po kami, wala kaming exact na sinesweldo. So, maisama lang sana natin yung boundary ng sasakyan and how many days na matetenga plus yung driver na paiba-iba po ang kita nito. Di po ba, mayroong 800, may 900, and then yung iba pa nga malakas, masipag, 12 hours bumabiyahe. So, to be honest po sa inyo, ganun po ang hanap buhay namin mga chopper. Eh, pag nag-price po si driver and si operator, sana maging justifiable po doon sa magiging hatol. Yan lang po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, kasi po, yung sinasabi ni brother nung resource person na boundary, mahirap pong ma-determine yun. That's why, lahat po ng expenses to include yung minimum wage, kung saan ka nahuli, lahat ng expenses, times 3. Doon na po papasok yung unquantifiable hindi natin makalculate yun magkakaiba po kaya po times 3 nung total estimated cost or damage amount doon sa particular motorist na biktima po ng wrongful apprehension, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Any more comment or reaction to section 5? There being none, we proceed to section 6. The LTOs already said they have no objection. The other parties? Section 6 on additional compensation. If we hear none, we will proceed to Section 7.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
so as what Asik Bigorev said, iba-iba po yung mode of apprehension ng bawat agency, especially the local government units, na nag-impound sila ng walang ticket na nakalatag and sometimes even inventories of the equipment. Siguro po kung paano natin maisasama that yung policy talaga, na dapat pag i-impound mo ang sasakyan, from the time na i-impound mo siya, ma-issuehan na ng papel itong ating drivers so that kahit na minsan po itotowing nila, hindi na yung driver ang nagda-drive. Yung pong driver either nakasakay sa tow truck or sumunod ka na lang, tapos wala pa pong hawak na papel. Kung sana po maisama sa policy yung gano'n na bago nila i-take over, talagang documented na po yung mga sasakyan natin. Sige po.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Anticipated question. Nandito po, siguro yung pong ating partner, yung resource person, baka hindi pa po ninyo nabasa. In-anticipate na po natin. Once na walang ticket, regardless kung may violation, automatically wrongful yung kanyang pag-impound. Basta wala pong ticket. Automatic. And dito po sa compensation fund, minomultiply po sa number of tires. Kumbaga, talagang mababawi po ng trucker, yung damage na mawawala sa inyo. Baka po siguro, Mr. Chair, hindi pa niya na-review, pero in-anticipate na po natin yung ganong issue.
Mr. Chair, what I'm referring po is that yung mga damages at yung mga items na mawawala, if we do not have the inventory of the equipment, tapos dadali nila, susunod lang po kami doon sa impounding. Tapos pagdating po ron ay mayroong damages or nawawala, wala po kaming proof na yun ay kinuha nila na mayroong mga whatever na nakakabiton or even the tools na ipapakita. So pag po sinabi namin na bakit nawawala yung jack or everything, sabihin nila wala naman talaga nang dinala namin yan. Sana po bago nila kunin, issuehan na nila right there and then ng inventory list po. Thank you po.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Mr. Chair, like HPG and LTO, meron po yung inventory. And good suggestion, we will include that sa IRR po. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
is that all right with you?
Yes po, salamat po.
Thank
Sa
you.
ano po yun? More on LGUs.
Is the do you have a representative from the MMDA? Wala. Ayan. Wala sa concept. So, any more comments for Section 6?
Mr. Chair, good afternoon again.
Yes. Yes, Soljen.
No, while I heard the good congressman regarding the state immunity from suit, because it is on this section that provisions on payment of compensation will be sourced from the agency. I would just like to register the OSG's position on the matter, that we note that this may constitute an express waiver of the state's immunity, which was actually mentioned by Congressman Bosita. And these provisions, starting from Section 6 and the other provisions mentioning payment by the Traffic Enforcement Authority because of the improper apprehension of erring traffic enforcer, may run afoul with the principle that the state cannot be stopped or bound by the omission, mistake, or errors of its officials or agents under the Administrative Code of 1987. Having said that, I believe that the author of the bill actually would like to have this bill, and when it passes into law, as an express waiver of the state immunity from suit. I just would like to reiterate that because in our discussion in the office, we also opined that maybe a more effective deterrent against wrongful traffic apprehension would be to hold the responsible traffic enforcer personally accountable for the compensation due in accordance. That will be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So, Mr. Author,
Mr. Chair.
let's consider the suggestion of the Solicitor General.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
May be recognized. Maybe ask our good research persons. Of course, the expert opinion is more than welcome. The express waiver by just mere provision under sections 5 and section 6, this would be construed as an express waiver, or are we suggesting that we should have a separate provision for an express waiver, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, thank you. If I may, we just interpreted the provision as may be deemed an express waiver to the constitutional principle as to the state immunity from suit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify because, of course, I might be confused because when we say express, express nga po siya, no? Like it should be a provision that would say that the state is expressly waiving its right, immunity against suit, as compared to an implied, which would be through sections 5 and 6. So I just wanted to clarify if that would be any issue. One more thing I wanted to ask, Mr. Chair. The good resource person from the OSG mentioned that state immunity of suit. We just want to clarify, Mr. Chair. I'm not too familiar with this applicability. Does this also apply to the LGUs, Mr. Chair?
Yeah. We have the LGU representative, the ULAP.
State immunity.
It's the ULAP representative.
Yes, hello, Mr. Chair. This is something that I have
Please identify yourself.
My name is Giselle Manuel from the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines. And again, this is something that I would have to circle back to. At the moment. We don't have information on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps the OSG might be able to elucidate on that. I understand immunity of suit might be invoked by the LTO, LTFRB, and the MMDA as being agents of the national government. But as for the LGU, with their devolved powers through the LGC code, can they also claim immunity from suit?
If I recall correctly, Your Honor, we have to refer to the local government code, and I think there are provisions that allow LGUs to be sued as contained in the local government code. Your
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess with that said, no, we take it positively. This opinion of the OSG, we might have to require further study of an express waiver in relation to the national agencies, but as to the local, perhaps hindi na po kailangan. But one thing that we want to put on the record po siguro is that the reasoning for having a compensation fund is the reason we would like to drive down, although we'll get to that later at a later point. Ang nakokolekta naman po dito ay hindi buwis. This is actually penalties, of which should not be automatic naman po na treated as revenues. So I don't think it is something so deplorable for us to waive as the government na to the detriment of the to the drivers and the motorists. Yun lang po siguro at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is a point of clarification of our position that we have no objection to the wording of section 5 and 6 as to the amount of compensation that is mentioned in this provisions, Your Honor. But as to any implied or expressed waiver on the part of the government with regard to government allowing itself to be sued or being liable for any compensation, that is what we object to, Your Honor. From the onset, we are saying that government cannot be bound by the fault or negligence of its officials, and therefore traffic adjudication units like LTO cannot be bound by the fault or negligence of its traffic enforcers. But as to the amount of compensation mentioned in section 5 and 6, we have no objection or comment thereto.
Thank you. Any more comments on section 6? No more. So we go to section 7. Ito mas source of compensation. Patay tayo dito. We'll ask DBM.
Mr. Chair, if I may be recognized. Thanks. As far as the source of compensation is concerned, we would like to first express our gratitude to Honorable Representative Bosita and this committee for taking into consideration the previous comments of the DBM as regards the one fund policy and for the establishment of a certain motorist compensation fund before. And it was already deleted in this new substitute bill. However, under Section 7, it was stated in the last part that the initial implementation of this act, the amount needed for the required compensation shall be charged against the existing contingency fund of the traffic enforcement authority concerned. For the earlier deliberations, until now we are still debating on the establishment or the legal basis of such compensation or entitlement for such compensation, together with the arguments from LTO. As far as budgetary requirement is concerned, we would rather suggest a separate appropriation section with the common nomenclature as far as DBM is concerned. And the common nomenclature for appropriation is that the initial funding of this act shall be charged against the current year appropriations of the concerned implementing agencies. Thereafter, such sums may be necessary for the continued implementation of this act shall be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act, subject to the usual budgeting process and congressional approval. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, kung Bosita, we'll take note of that. LTO?
Yes, Your Honor, we share the same position as the DBM. In fact, I would even go one step forward, Mr. Chair. If what we're talking about is a independent traffic court where the judge is not a member of the traffic adjudication unit whose enforcers apprehended the motorists, then the creation of a fund similar to this may be more applicable, Your Honor. Subject, of course, to the proper appropriation, Your Honor. But again, the sourcing of the compensation, Your Honor, is so critical, more so in the implementation, because Section 7 speaks of 5 days from finality of decision upon compliance within which to pay. We do not want that the motorist is doubtful of the decision that may be rendered by the head of the traffic adjudication unit. And again, Your Honor, as far as the granting of compensation is concerned, because it will boil down to the Motor Vehicle Users Charge Seatbelt Users Act. And my fear, Your Honor, is baka kunin sa share ng LTO, mababawasan naman yung aming operating fund for this purpose. Yun lang po, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, mayroon lang akong gusto itanong sa LTO. Are you aware na marami pong wrongful apprehensions yung iba nating personnel?
Opo, we continue to tama po yun. Hindi naman
Kasi
as you said, Honorable Busita, no? Hindi naman kalahatan ang merong pagkakamali. Pero doon sa mga pagkakamali, tuloy-tuloy po ang aming cleansing ng aming rangko.
yes po, kasi with respect to LTO, wala po kasi ako nakikitang dapat ikatakot dito kasi talagang ma-address nito yung batas na to yung yung mga wrongful apprehensions. Mismong tuturuan ng chief of offices even LGUs. Kasi ang nakikita po natin, Mr. Chair, parang they do not care with respect to LTO. So, ito po yung challenge sa LTO and other enforcement agencies na turuan nila, ma-educate nila yung tao nila. So, I doubt kung malaki ang magagastos ng LTO to compensate itong mga wrongful apprehensions kung tuturuan po ninyo yung inyong mga tao. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, Mr. Chair, during the deliberations and TWG meetings, they are invited, Mr. Chair. Ano po? Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just in addition po, no, on the point that baka mag-dip into the other funds ng LTO, we have to take note, Mr. Chair, that what we're trying to espouse here is that there will be a definite compensation fund, as we talked about it with the during the TWG. This was agreed to naman po by the DBM, because we were considering first and foremost whether there would be a compensation fund or there would be a specific appropriation. But at the end of the day, I think we've agreed on a compensation fund source na lang from the yung mga revolving funds that we have as penalties, precisely as a limit also, because again, I'm going to reiterate the concept na hindi po ito buwis. This is based not on taxes but on penalties, which were not to accrue to government by right naman if it weren't for the penalties. So with that, Mr. Chair, just to assuage the position of the LTO na baka it would dip into the funding of the LTO, hindi naman po siguro. Definitely not, because it's limited only to the fund that we are creating for this purpose. But with that said, Mr. Chair, I think a notable change that we have to consider, even for us at TWG, is yung dito sa motor vehicle users charge. I believe there is a pending bill in the Ways and Means Committee which has expanded its usage. So perhaps this might not be a feasible source as of now, because if I recall correctly, yung sa Ways and Means Committee, it has been expanded from the underutilized road for the purposes of road maintenance lang, na expand na rin po siya dun sa modernization of PUVs, including also, I forget the other purposes. But given that, baka this might be something that the committee would have to let go of. But given that, we stand by the, in principle, that the compensation fund should not be an issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Pangusita.
Mr. Chair, may I ask the LTO? LTO, ASEC. Magkano po ang nakokolekta ng LTO sa fines and penalties annually? Average, on the average.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't have the data with me right now. Pero hindi ko kasi sasama sa budget. If I can get back to the Honorable Busita on the exact number of how much we collect annually on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so if there's any more, no more comment for section 7, we go to prescription under section 8. So giving the motorist apprehended 60 days from the date of apprehension to file a complaint, right? Against the, So any comment on section 8?
Sir Chair.
Colonel Segun?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. So we have a comment to reduce the 60 days to 30 days, sir. Then
60 days, 30 days.
Yes, sir. Then reward the last sentence 30 days from the date of the apprehension or from the date of notice of the apprehension or from the date of discovery of the apprehension. Kasi meron tayo ngayon sir yung mga no contact apprehension. Minsan na di natin alam na na huli na pala yung sakyan natin, di natin alam. So, prescribe din yun, sir.
Okay. Noted, the other one raising his hand. Sino yun?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yung ating prescription is, well, from 60 days, it was requested to 30 days, which is the same. Yun pong ticket, pag po yung driver na isuhan, at the most is good for 7 days para magamit natin. Sa LTO po is 3 days, no, 72 hours. Yung ibang local government ay 5 days or 7 days. While it was on file for adjudication, yun po bang ticket namin pwedeng whatever ma-extend once na ma-file namin for adjudication, pwede po bang doon mismo sa adjudication ay mabigyan ng extension para magamitan? Otherwise, sa LTO po is 3 days. After that, while it is naka-file, hindi po kami makaka-drive dahil hindi namin ito matutubos. No, hindi po namin ito matutubos dahil under contest po ito. Pag naman po binayaran namin ito, parang nag-agree na kami doon sa violation and we do not have the right to contest pa ito dahil tinubos na po namin. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, valid po yung statement ng ating resource person. Kasi currently sa LGU sometimes 5 days, 7 days, pero sa LTO 3 days lang. And Mr. Chair, we will consider his manifestation to include. Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any more comments? Yes, LTO.
We've taken note of the comment for extending the validity of the traffic ticket pending adjudication. And immediately we will review that and nakikita po namin yung reasonability of the proposal of Congressman Busita on this matter. Wag lang ho, you just see the legalities of it. If there's nothing illegal about it, we'll issue the corresponding memo para ma-extend po yung ticket pending adjudication.
Thank you.
Thank you, Asek Mendoza. Thank you. Resource person, nasagot po ba yung clarification mo?
Yes po, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Go ahead.
Ganda nga po ulit. Para po doon sa batas na ito, siyempre meron po ring batas sa ordinansa ang lahat ng mga lokal. Higit lalo doon sa ibang syudad na meron pa hong penalties kapag hindi natubos in 7 working days. Additional of 20 or 5 to 20%. Kaya nga kung minsan 1,000 lang multa namin, pag hindi natubos agad, kung minsan maabot po na 7,000, 8,000 dahil sa tubo para po Mumbai. Masusuperseded kaya ng batas natin sa national yung mga ganitong klaseng ordinansa ng lokal. Sana po itong batas natin magkaroon ng pangil na sakupin na po ito pambuong Pilipinas. Even ng mga lokal na to, sumunod sa ganitong pamamaraan at itong batas na to. One law na lang po sana. Kasi doon nga po sa mga fines na yan, tapos hindi namin magagamit or gamitin man namin, magko-contest kami, pumapatong pa rin yung tubo. Especially sa ibang mga local natin, LGU and cities. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, please. Hindi ko makita.
Good afternoon po. Mr. Marquez po, yung National President po ng Liga ng Transportasyon.
Yeah, LTOP.
Parang ma-complain po sana pero gusto ko na lang din idagdag dahil nga po yung JAW mismo, yung Joint Administrative Order is superseding yung Republic Act 4136 na umiiral po yung fines and penalties na doon sa Republic Act 4136 po, mababa lang. Pero yung JAW, 1 million po yung mga kolorum. Hindi naman ho namin ini-spoil po yung kolorum. Gusto namin talagang matanggal. Kaya lang ho, gusto na sana natin maklarify total. Nandito na po kami sa Kongreso dahil yung batas na Republic Act 4136 ay inapprove po dito sa Kongreso. Sana ho maklaro na rin po natin yun.
The joint administrative order is between what agencies?
Yun po yung Joint Administrative Order ay inisyu po nung panahon pa ni President Noynoy Aquino with the LTFRB and LTO. Kaya yan ho, ay gusto namin talaga na maalis po yung kolorong. Kaya lang ho, yung superseding of the law, nandoon pa rin ho dahil nga under Republic Act 4136, hindi ho ganun yung penalty. Sana ho gusto namin po na dumaan po dito sa Kongreso. Pati ho sa local government, ginagamit din nila ho yan na pang panakot dahil nga po sa local government, arigluhan na lang ho yung under the tree. Ganun ho, nangyayari.
Hindi nyo kinontes yan, hindi nyo challenge yung validity ng joint administrative order.
Kasi that time po, nung panahon na yun, sir, Mr. Congressman, talagang napakahirap po noon.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Mr. Chair, isa po yan sa major issues and concerns natin to be addressed. Hindi lang po natin pwedeng pagsabay-sabayan. And in fairness to ASEC Bigor Mendoza, yan pong jaw na pinag-uusapan natin, lumabas yan, hindi niya time. Kaya sayang po ang oras kung pag-uusapan natin ngayon yan, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, we have to be at the plenary by 3 upon orders of the speaker. May we ask the resource persons who gave their valuable inputs if you can reduce what you said into writing and submit that to the committee. Your valuable inputs, we will consider that and discuss it with the author. So how we can harmonize your suggestions with what the author has in mind. Naintindihan naman natin yung kung saan nanggagaling ang ating distinguished author dahil kawawa naman talaga usually yung motorista ewan ko dito. Kayo ba nahuli na rin? Nung hindi pa yung Congress.
Mr. Chair, for the information of everybody, nung hindi pa po ako masok sa Congress, just to give you information, ang nare-receive po namin complaints through calls, daily, more or less 500 calls. Kaya memorize ko po yan, Mr. Chair. And for the information also, nung ina-assist na po natin ang motorista, nagsasampa tayo ng kaso from 500, it reduced to more or less 20 complaints na lang daily. Hindi naman po tayo mabubuhay habang buhay, Mr. Chair. So we have to address this concern. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Mr. Chair, we move to suspend deliberation of this House Bill 3366.
Second the motion, Mr. Chair.
there's a motion to suspend the consideration of House Bill number 3366. There being no objection, the motion is approved. And
Mr. Chair, move to adjourn.
meeting is adjourned. Thank you to our resource persons who attended today's hearing. In behalf of Chairman Acop, marami pong salamat. Kailangan lang mo si Chairman.
My distinguished colleagues, members of the Committee on Transportation, and all our honorable guests, a pleasant good morning. Marami pong salamat for joining us in today's meeting as we deliberate on important measures pending with this committee. Our agenda would include approval of the committee report on the proposed revised Philippine Coast Guard Act, the continuation of the deliberation on the proposed Motorcycles for Hire Act, the